Da dove li introduco? Da qui? Ok. E dopo mi siedo. Dopo dove mi metto? Vengo lì? Vengo lì. Vai, vai. Io potrei anche, lui potrebbe già mettersi qui, Rinaldi, e io mi metto qua magari.
Guarda, dammi che te lo accendo, fai.
Va bene se lo metto già qui al podio, lui lo presento da qui.
Certo, sì.
L'unica cosa.
Giù alla reception ci sarà qualcuno.
Taxi non penso possa venire proprio fino qua. Sì, forse.
Tu non hai visto questo?
Io ne ho visto uno qua, quando ho fatto il mio speech. L'ho visto qua sopra, io non l'ho toccato ma era qua sopra. Scusa Jacopo, il taxi.
Alle 2:45 praticamente se tu esci, adesso sai che, allora, esci dalla porta della Holy School e giri a destra per andare nella strada principale, per spegnerlo.
Costanza, questo rosso?
Sì, senti, prendi il tuo amico, a un certo punto poi messi in qui.
Allora, aspetta, è scritto taxi. Se esci dalla porta della Holy School e giri a destra per andare davanti al John's College, poi giri di nuovo a destra e devi tenere il college alla tua sinistra e camminare fino a uscire praticamente sulla strada principale.
Quindi a giro
Quindi
college.
sì, esatto, aspetta. Menzionava il pub. Comunque posso accompagnarti.
Ah, ok, sì, questo è più sicuro. Mitre fa.
Mentre sì, quindi noi siamo qui. Ti dicevo di uscire sulla St. John Street, tenere il college alla tua sinistra.
Ah, e poi prendo la strada. Va bene.
Comunque ti accompagno. Appena finisce il pane.
Scusa, posso entrare in seduta?
Sì. Ma cosa gli diciamo? Vabbè, se lo gestisce.
Se si sente sufficientemente bene.
Sentiamo la tua mancanza. Se per caso ti senti meglio e vuoi fare un intervento,
Non so questi 2 euro che dobbiamo avere.
ti abbiamo mandato un link via email.
Sì.
Scusami,
Adesso
l'hai mandato a Riccardo prima?
sì, ho preso quello, ho scritto Riccardo e poi subito è venuto fuori il suggerimento, quindi assumo che sia giusto.
Non ho il mio banner. Ah, ecco, ok.
Sì.
Lo devo portare con me?
Sì, se vuoi puoi portartelo quando...
Ma posso metterlo adesso?
Sì,
Tanto,
tanto
tanto. Ah, facciamo così.
sì, giusto.
Sì, 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 perfetto. Ah, sì, perfetto.
No, mi dispiace un sacco perché l'hanno visto praticamente tutti, però alla fine io ho chiesto questo document l'ha visto, l'ho visto là.
Allora, dici tu qualcosa? No,
Posso fare io, sì. Faccio io.
io poi mi siedo lì, bene, così per ascoltare gli speaker. Welcome back, everybody, and we will start now the session on public health and biotechnologies with Carlo Rinaldi, professor of neurology at the University of Oxford, and then with Marco Cappato, treasurer of Associazione Luca Coscioni and former member of the European Parliament. So I give the floor to Professor Rinaldi.
All right, okay, so thank you very much to the organizer. Thanks, Katerina, for inviting me here. This is a great opportunity for me. It's not my usual setting, I have to say. So usually we tend to talk to very specialized audience. They usually know what we're talking about. We only talk about data most of the time. And this idea of actually cross-pollination and talking with people interested in other aspects of science, and particularly in science policy, has been incredibly inspiring for me, I have to say. So thank you very much, and thanks for your attention. I tell you this in advance. So I'm an associate professor at University of Oxford, where I've been for the last 4 years. And I trained in Italy, in Naples, where I lived for 28 years in the shadow of a very dangerous and deadly volcano. And then at some point I thought that I couldn't cope with the risk of living in a city that was, in a way, in such a big danger. So I moved to the States at the NIH, the National Institute of Health, because my vocation was always research and trying to solve problems, if you want. And in a way, being a neurologist, an adult neurologist, and particularly a neurogeneticist, I realized during my training that that was a particularly frustrating process. So basically, my job, when my kids ask me, Dad, what is it did you do? Do you cure patients? And I'm like, no, actually, I don't cure patients. What I do is that I tell patients that they're going to die within 6 to 10 years. That's really all I do. So, and I thought that as a neurologist, this wasn't enough. So I really wanted to get my hands dirty into the research. And what I try to do in my newly born lab is to try to come up with therapies for neurological conditions. So in 2016, after moving in Oxford as a clinical fellow, I got a Wellcome Trust Clinician Scientist Fellowship, and that's where my career as an independent investigator started. So, and again, to try to go back to my kids again. So when my first one asked me, so what is it that you do? Then I usually use this metaphor. So basically what I try to do is to understand how Bruce Banner becomes the Hulk. So basically my main research program is to try to understand what are the molecular mechanisms of muscle atrophy and muscle hypertrophy in human disease and even in healthy situation. And my context of research is, again, neuromuscular diseases, and that's why I decided to entitle this short talk, Muscle War. So I'm at war with neuromuscular diseases, and I want to find targets for therapy that can be possibly be translated into the clinic. And in terms of, so neurology is pretty big, and neurogenetics is also very big, but my research is particularly focused on this very specialized area, which is the motor unit. So the motor unit is a functional unit comprised of the motor neuron, which are in the spinal cord, in anterior horn of the spinal cord right there, the nerve that connects the motor neuron to the muscles. And you might understand that, of course, the motor neuron is the one that commands, if you want, the muscle, but it is also true the muscle is also communicating retroactively, let's say, to the motor neurons. And I'm interested in this dual communication between the motor neurons and the muscle, and from the muscle to the motor neurons. And from a genetics point of view, the reason why I'm particularly interested in this unit is because there are more than 500 genes involved in diseases of the motor unit that affects either the lower motor neuron, the nerve, or the muscle. So overall, as singular diseases, they are very rare, but in reality, overall, they're actually very frequent. So, for example, only in the UK, we have at least 200,000 patients with a neuromuscular condition, with a prevalence that possibly is even higher than Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's disease. So it's a very prevalent and it's a very widespread theme, if you want. And the most important reason why I decided to be engaged in this type of research is because there is an unmet clinical need. So until a couple of years ago, for all of these diseases, we didn't have any treatment. So these patients will develop muscle wasting, muscle atrophy, they would go in a wheelchair, and of course that has an incredible burden in terms of the disability also for society, if you think of the caregiver, the family, the society in general. And that's why I decided to dedicate my career, my life, let's say, to these conditions. And I am a bit of an unusual neurologist as well, not only because I spend 80% of my time in a lab, I do clinics usually once a week, but also because I'm very interested in this process of translational research that you probably have heard of. So this idea is a relatively novel idea of trying to bring the things that you find in the lab to the bench side and bench to the bedside of the patient. So it's a very much of a circle that goes from the lab to the patients and then from the patients to the lab. And being a neurologist for me is an incredible privilege because I get to talk to patients and ask, what is it that bothers you? What is the problem that you think we need to solve? And then I can go back to the lab and interrogate my systems, cellular systems, animal models, and then trying to, again, solve the problem or at least understand how I need to pitch my research. And traditionally, translational research starts with in neurogenetics, starts with the identification of a gene, so usually deep phenotyping of a family with a neuromuscular or neurological condition in general. And then once you have a target, you go back to the lab, you use models, cell models, animal models, you try to come up with targets for therapy. And then at that point, once you have your target, you try to bring this target into the clinic. And you might be surprised that actually the most difficult part in all this circle is to actually bring these targets from the lab to the clinic. So it's not coming up with a target, it's not to validate or functionally validate your target, but it's actually to translate this target into the clinic. And there's many reasons for this. So first of all, because it's economically speaking, once you have a target, to bring it into the clinic, you need to make sure that this target is real, that is non-toxic, is safe. So usually you need a lot of money to develop clinical trials, phase 2 clinical trials, or even phase 3 clinical trials, which are global, usually clinical trials. And it's particularly challenging in the context of rare conditions, which are the ones I work with, because you don't have many patients. And also, in many cases, the disease is not very well known. So, for example, in some cases, you have to try to design a clinical trial with only 100 patients. And then you need to be sure that, statistically speaking, your effect is powerful and is good enough that can be effective and can be true. And the other reason is also because usually at the stage of the clinical trials, that's when pharmaceutical companies come in and then ask you, and then there is usually an agreement between the scientist and the pharmaceutical company to invest again in clinical trials. Bear in mind that a clinical trial can cost billions of dollars. But the reason why, and the pharmaceutical company typically up to 10 years ago, they were not interested in rare conditions. They were interested in blockbusters, therapies for migraine, for example, for Alzheimer's disease. But now things are changing very fast, so they are realizing that if you work with specific targets, and rare diseases usually provide these specific targets, the chances of success are much higher than if you work with targets that are not very well defined, such as sporadic Parkinson's disease or in Alzheimer's disease. So there is a bit of a shift. So it's a moving target, but things are changing. So pharmaceutical companies are more interested in this type of diseases, and we can try to use this at our advantage. And the reason why I'm interested in muscle diseases and neuromuscular condition is not only because, as I was saying before, there's more than 500 genes involved and it's a very prevalent condition, but also because sarcopenia or muscle atrophy is incredibly prevalent in the general population. Actually, everybody of us will undergo sarcopenia or muscle wasting, let's say, physiologically after the age of 60. And of course, that needs to be balanced with loss of ambulation, with function, disability. So this is very important problem to address. And the more the disease population ages, the more, of course, this will become prevalent. So by 2030, the number of over 65 years of age people will actually surpass, for the first time in human history, will surpass the number of people below young people, if you want. So in a way, every year, globally speaking, we lose muscle. So it's still an open question when and where physiologically we need to target muscle, but of course that threshold of disability is, of course, naturally is much lower in the context of neuromuscular diseases. And so that's where I work on. That's why muscle work. So fighting muscle diseases and muscle wasting is a way for me to fight, again, diseases of the motor unit. And this concept is a relatively new concept. that comes with evidence from multiple models that actually in these diseases, if you treat muscle only, you do good in a way also for the motor neuron. So there is something about muscle that is communicated perhaps retroactively to the motor neurons that makes the motor neuron more healthy. So in a way, and pharmacologically speaking, you might understand that if you target muscle, that's much easier than targeting motor neurons, because muscle is more readily available. You don't have to do injection intrathecally, for example. But muscle also poses other type of challenges, which is mostly the fact that it's very abundant. So we have 40% of our body is made up of muscle. And the other reason why I'm interested in this, I hope I give you enough reasons why my research is important, is that fighting muscle wasting is fighting aging. So we know, particularly from preclinical models, we know that if we make the muscle, let's say, younger, the old animal will be healthier and younger. And that's a very counterintuitive argument, if you want, although in humans hasn't been completely proven from a scientific point of view, but very likely this is true. So how am I doing this, and why I'm doing this in Oxford? So most of my research is research based in animal work. So I used lots of animals, mostly mice, and I know that this generates lots of interest on one hand, but at the same time, also particularly in the general population, this generates a little bit. Sometimes I get people asking me, "Oh, so you kill animals?" And my answer to that is usually, particularly when I feel dark, I feel like I tell them that I actually kill animals all the time. But using animals is for me is necessary to prove the hypothesis that I need to prove. So this is something that I think is very important to communicate to the general public, and of course this is a conversation that every scientist needs to have globally in the world. For example, every Thursday in Oxford there is a group of people outside of the animal facility. They tend to interrogate people and they ask them, what did you do to the animals? And sometimes they can become actually even aggressive. And at the beginning of when I came to Oxford, I started to engage with these people and trying to make them understand my point of view. But then I realized that actually people are very difficult to convince. So I think we need to take a step back, and probably our approach needs to be a bit more global, a bit more cultural, rather than personal. And I can give you some evidence that actually trying to convince somebody on a personal level to change his opinion is the worst way to actually change opinion, because most of the time people don't change their opinion. And in Italy, this has actually grown up to become a very big problem. In 2014, there was a major problem that actually got media attention, even internationally. So Nature is one of the biggest journals in my field, and there was actually protests in the street of people accusing scientists to be killers, to kill animals. They actually broke into animal facilities, and they freed all these animals, transgenic animals, into the wild, which is the most stupid thing that you can possibly do, because these animals that are not used to live in the animals. So very likely these animals died within few days, and that was an incredible damage to the scientists, years and years of work, and certainly that type of approach certainly doesn't help anybody. And then the other reason why I'm doing this in Oxford is because I have an excellent workforce. There is an excellent group of people around me that I can count on, but I want to give this data from Nature, which I think is incredibly interesting. So this is from 2008. So despite the loss and the reduced number of funding in Italy over the years, and steadily that has decreased since 2008, yet, if you see the graph below, and Italy is the one in red, the quality of the science is actually really, really good. So the blue line, the one on top, purple line, is United States. United States is so far a superpower in terms of science, although China is catching up. So the number of papers published in top journals is usually, as for now, is still United States the best in the world. But Italy is not that bad if you think about it, and particularly in the context of the lack of funding. So we have a great number of talents, and so we need to help scientists. As simple as that. And then the other reasons why I like to do research in UK is the fact that I can interact with patients not only in the clinic but also in the context of patient charity. So there is a disease that is very close to my heart. It's called SPMA, or Kennedy's disease. So there is a patient association that is incredibly active in UK right now, and that's and I have been incredibly lucky to work with them. And this is another one. And this is something that probably in Italy is lacking. I think this commitment to the community and to the society, I think in Italy is something that we lack a little bit, and we can learn from the Brits for sure. And then I want to end with this happy story in the context of neuromuscular diseases, which is this disease called spinal muscular atrophy. This is a devastating, deadly disease. So it's a very prevalent condition in the context of genetic diseases. So kids are born, they usually are born floppy, and they have muscle wasting, muscle atrophy. They die within 1 year, 2 years of age, so usually. So this is an incredibly devastating condition. Every neurologist, pediatric neurologist, know that this is probably one of the worst diseases that you can possibly have. Yet, this is a happy story. For the first time, in fact, scientists, after working closely with patients and pharmaceutical companies, they come up with a very clever idea. So this disease is caused by a genetic mutation in a gene called SMN1, so I'll cut the story short. And they use a specific type of gene therapy so they can force, let's say, the molecular machinery to produce more of this protein that is lacking. So this approach works. And this is the first time, again, in history that we're changing the history of a condition, particularly of a condition like this. So I was at the conference where the data were first presented on the clinical trials, and there were people in the audience literally crying because for the first time, kids that normally would be dead by the age of 2, they were walking, and we still don't know what's going to happen to them after 10 years. But as for now, the disease is definitely changed. So this molecule is currently in the market. Is in the market in US, is in the market in EU. UK was a bit slow, but now it seems to be catching up. So it is available for these patients in UK as well. And I want to end with a 1-minute video. Usually something that I don't do in scientific presentations, because I usually don't like to present videos, but I think this is an appropriate situation. And just to give you an idea of the extent of this.
You get a diagnosis like SMA, you can only read about it and imagine a world where your child will probably most likely not breathe on his own, will have limited to no mobility, will have struggle to swallow, and then all of a sudden you experience something radically different. Yeah. It's almost like you can't believe it. We watch him sit up and play with his sisters and live a life that he was not supposed to have.
The fact that the drug has had such a positive impact on my son is amazing. We're overjoyed with that, but I'm really excited for our extended friends in this community that we're a part of, for their children to be able to receive this drug. It can't happen soon enough.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Professor Rinaldi. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. I thank you, the organizers, as organization and as human beings, as Antonio was suggesting us. My name is Marco Cappato, and I'm treasurer of Associazione Luca Coscioni, and indeed I risked not to be here, but not for the reason that Antonio was implicitly suggesting, and I guess that the reason were my two trials, by which am I indicted in Italy. I'm under trial for a crime which is punished from a minimum sentence of 5-year prison to 12 years prison. But the trial did not finish yet. The Constitutional Court had made, from my point of view, a good step on the issue. So this is not the reason why I was risking not to be here with you. The reason was airstrike, public transportation airstrike. And this leads to me, sorry, my English is, this leads me to tackle the issue of funds for research. How come that everybody, politicians, scientists, patients, everybody agrees about the importance of strengthening funding for science? And so why it does not happen? Worse than that, why does it not happen in democratic states and it happens in China, in Singapore, and so on? There is something wrong, something very dangerous for democracy itself. Because if they do that better and better, and we as democratic society and states, we don't do it, at the end they will win the race for well-being and prosperity. So this leads me to talk to you about the strike. Have you ever heard about a scientist strike? Why public transportation or this kind of workers, they are so effective in making their voice heard? Because they are organized. Sometimes they are organized with public money, but they are organized. And the interests of science and of scientists are not that well organized. I have a knowledge of one strike conducted by scientists, and this was at the time of Legge 40, Law 14, that in Italy was regulating and is still regulating in part in vitro fertilization and stem cell research. And at that time there was a referendum, and then the referendum was not successful. But in that time, a bunch of Italian scientists, they were on hunger strike. Giulio Cossu, Professor Giulio Cossu, he's here in the UK, studying muscular dystrophy, and others were keeping their labs open on Saturday as a reverse strike, asking for a correct information on the referendum. With the Associazione Luca Coscioni, we organized that. And I'm saying this because I would like to convince you in this few time of the speech of the need for scientists to become political activists, not to lose the credibility that was shown before. Scientists have more than 50% of credibility, politician 1.6. Okay, my aim is not to make you lose your credibility, but to be elected somewhere and to ask for popular consensus is not the only way to do politics. I think that we would need much more scientists in parliament and government, but this is not the only way in which, and then Elena Fattori will speak in a few time. But I think Professor Rinaldi, with his speech, this is a way of being a political activist, talking clearly to the public opinion what are the consequences of certain reaction on animal testing or other issues. So, for example, this Legge 40, Law 40, is still in place, not for in vitro fertilization, but because the Constitutional Court demolished the law, because it was unconstitutional after 15 years of trials. But it is still in place, Article 13. È vietata qualsiasi sperimentazione su ciascun embrione umano, so any type of research on human embryos is forbidden. How is forbidden? La violazione dei divieti di cui al comma 1 è punita con la reclusione da 2 a 6 anni. So it's forbidden with punishment up to 6 years of prison. And a fine is not enough, the prison. It's a fine until 150,000 euro. What does it mean? It means that some kind of research which is done here in the United Kingdom, if you take the same labs and you bring them to Italy, you can be arrested up to 6 years of prison or fined up to 150,000 euros. I have a quotation on that. Roman Inquisition on heliocentrism. It's about 400 years ago. And they were talking about the Galileo study. And the evaluation from Roman Inquisition was this one: foolish and absurd in philosophy, and formally heretical since it explicitly contradicts in many places the sense of Holy Scripture, 400 years ago. And nowadays we have a law in Italy which could bring to prison scientists carrying experiments that in other countries could lead them to win a Nobel laureate prize. I think this is a big political problem. I'm a political activist. I'm not serving as a member of parliament or in any institution now, and the priority of my political activities is campaigning for what is called right to science, which includes both the right of scientists to do research and the right of everyone to benefit for that research. So when I'm talking about becoming activists, I'm talking about becoming activists of the right to science. It is universally known and recognized that there is a right to health, but it's less known and therefore not so recognized that there is a right to science. Article 15 of the United Nations Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights should become a beacon for politicians around the world, because it's setting a goal: the fundamental human right to enjoy the benefits from scientific freedom and its application as a part of the core human right, as the right of not to be tortured or this kind of right. And I think that this right nowadays is of utmost importance for the future of humankind, just because of the exponential progress which is changing human nature itself. The covenant is from the 60s, but nowadays it's much more important. Let's think about not only stem cell research or research on human embryos, but genome editing. Genome editing on embryos, there is a race from top scientists around the world, in China, in the United States, in the United Kingdom, about genome editing. This kind of research in Italy would be, if done on human embryos, simply forbidden. Is it a violation of a human right to science? I think so. We brought Malin Parmar from Lund University. Her research is at the forefront to cure Parkinson's disease. She's using human embryos. We brought her at the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights to explain how far is she going with this kind of research. And if Malin Parmar conducted the same research in Italy, she could be arrested. So the quotation of Le Corbusier about, I wrote it somewhere, anyway, but the last word for the user. The last word for, there is a link from this quotation and the right of everyone to enjoy the benefits from scientific freedom and its application. You could apply it to controlled narcotic substances with therapeutic effect. The poster from Laura Convertino, who is working and cooperating with this project of network of scientists to make respect the right to science globally. This is another point. In UK, you can conduct research on LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, ayahuasca. In Italy is completely forbidden. Or genome editing on vegetables. A disastrous ruling from the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg decided that genome editing should be treated as GMOs, with the result that in countries like Italy, the research is blocked. You cannot do it. Even if our country will be the first that could benefit faced to the consequences of climate change in having plants that are genetically edited in order to, for example, reduce the consumption of water. And in the name of the environment, in the name abstractly of the environment, we are renouncing on to some technology that could be, that are already being beneficial for the environment. So we created 1 year ago an organization which is the, let's say, the international branch of Associazione Luca Coscioni, Science for Democracy, and we are campaigning at the United Nations in order to have a mechanism of to guarantee the respect of the right to science. We will organize next year in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia the World Congress of for freedom of scientific research. Is something that we have been doing since 14 years. And we are doing in Ethiopia because Africa is exactly the continent in which the challenge is, the challenge also about the possibility of democratic states to not be marginalized in the race to the future. Africa is exactly the place to be, because our lack of political attention to what is happening in Africa is having as a consequence that China there is the main interlocutor of the government of the area. So what we are doing is we are monitoring the state of research and self-determination, thanks to Andrea Boggio from Bryant University. The website is freedomofresearch.org. And we are using this information to do what? Two things: judicial mobilization and political mobilization. Judicial mobilization means that when your labs in Italy, for example, is impeded to carry on a kind of research that could be beneficial to citizens, you can go to the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and ask them to fine or to take a measure against Italy. Or, politically speaking, every country, every year, some dozens of countries are in what is so-called, United Nations language is called a review, under review. So a country is obliged to make a report on how the country is respecting fundamental human rights. At the United Nations, nobody is talking about this right to science. They are talking only on, very important of course, the classical human rights. And our effort is exactly to convince them to talk also about science as a fundamental human right. Italy is under review currently, so we sent to the United Nations a list of recommendations concerning the Universal Periodic Review of Italy on many, many issues. I will not make the list because my time is ended, but I'm more than happy to share with you personally. But this is not just a problem of Italy. It should be a systematic action that we can do for every and each national state to help affirm and respect science as a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, the speakers. It's now time for your questions. I'm sure you have questions for Professor Rinaldi and Marco Cappato. There is a question over there.
So I'll start with Marco. So you were mentioning most of the time Italy, but Italy is part of the European Union. So how many of these battles are really at the national level, and how many instead should be at the European level? Because one of the themes here is that actually many of these issues are not a national problem, but should become an international problem, or at least a European problem.
Yes, I mentioned, for example, the European ruling on genome editing on vegetables, and this is totally a European problem. And I wanted also to mention, and you give me the opportunity of doing it, one of the tremendous consequences of Brexit could also be this one, that the United Kingdom in the European Union context is, I would say, the benchmark of being able of combining freedom of science and accountability to public opinion. This is how United Kingdom succeeded in being the first European country in legalizing, for example, research on embryos. Not like that, but with the long process of consultation, information, and without the role that the United Kingdom is playing, the European Union risks to be even worse than it is now in international fora. So it's not just, of course, an Italian problem. It's a global problem, but Italy has, for example, in 2005, there was a move at the United Nations to approve a global ban on cloning, including the so-called reproductive cloning, but also the so-called therapeutic cloning, so the transfer of nuclear cell. And this move at the United Nations was proposed by Costa Rica and Italy and the Holy See. And thanks to a global mobilization of patients group, the very important role of patients group and international scientists, we succeeded in transforming at least this global ban in just a recommendation. So not a convention with mandatory effects, but just a recommendation, a voluntary recommendation for member states. So yes, it's not just an Italian problem, but Italy could be very important if we are changing our attitude in changing also attitude in the European Union and elsewhere.
So my second question instead is for both Carlo and the moderator Massimiliano. So you mentioned the difficulty of convincing single human beings because people not Bayesian, so they have hard time in changing their view. And you were mentioning instead a more global approach. So in reference to the research on animals or more in general, do you want to expand on that and tell us more what you think? And this is obviously a question for you since you're an expert. How would you do it in a different way? So you don't want to engage with the people in front of your lab, and because they just get more angry with you. But so how else could we do that?
So yeah, I mean, I can offer a practical. What I think is more helpful from my point of view. So I noticed that, and I reason as a scientist in a way, in the sense that I have beliefs, and then I experience, and then I notice that some behaviors are effective, some are not. So I noticed that actually when you talk with people that are very convinced about cruelty towards animal, for example, and they are very convinced that you are actually torturing these animals for no reason, is very difficult to try to convince them of the contrary. So at the beginning, as I was saying, I tried to engage with these people, but then I realized that actually they even started to become aggressive against me. And then I also realized that my communication strategies were not good enough. I'm not a politician. I can't talk very well in the sense that I can't necessarily not say things that I don't think are the facts, let's say. Well, not because sorry, I didn't mean that. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. but then I realized that probably a more effective thing would be to being involved in public engagement activities, where basically, we as academics, scientists, we go in the field, we go into museums or even public squares. There's lots of these activities in UK, I have to say. And this UK is really at the forefront. And then we simply talk with people about what we do. So we try to to find therapies for conditions. And in this very slow and difficult process, sometimes it is necessary to work with animals. And we work with animals in a very ethical way. So I try to make people understand that we do it in a very ethical way. So animals don't suffer. Actually, there is a very strict rules when working with animals. So for every procedure, if there is any even hint that the animal would suffer, you have to use an anesthetic. You have to call the animal or euthanize the animal as soon as the animal you think is suffering. So I try to make them understand that we do it for a purpose, which is a higher purpose, if you want, which is trying to treat a condition. And in order to do that, sometimes we need to use animals. And I realize that when I do that, people tend to accept this more better, let's say. But it is also true that the type of people that then I engage in this sort of exercise usually are people that don't have strong conviction. They're not strongly convinced that I'm an animal killer. So probably by spreading this view in the general population, it's almost like a vaccine, if you want. By spreading this in the general population, I want to hope that then the number of people that actually are biased towards a more radical, drastic belief, they might simply feel more isolated and think eventually that that's not the right way of thinking.
Yes, on a general level, I can say that we have the evidence, unfortunately, that a deficit model approach, so you are ignorant, listen to me, I'll explain you the science and then you will follow me. It's very much a self-fulfilling prophecy. So that you make, by having this approach, you make people more in distance and, if you wish, alienated from science. At the end of the 90s, when you remember the GMOs thing was very hot at the European level, I was involved in a European initiative which was about researchers, especially young researchers in biotechnologies, talking to young people in public places. And at the beginning, many of the researchers, they were very hesitant, no? And say, they were very worried about their situation. So at the end of the project, the greatest impact when we did the evaluation was on the researchers who had revised their stereotypes of the public. And many of them were saying, I was expecting much more skepticism, and I was in a situation to explain what we do. So that's the general answer. Unfortunately, on animal experimentation, I am much less optimistic, because what we have seen in the past years in Italy, but in general in Europe, is that there is a growing concern that is not very much related to what the scientists do, but to the perception of animals and relationship with animals, anthropomorphization of animals, for example, and the idea that animals, more or less, for a number of people, they have the same rights as humans. So I see a long-term trend, and it's very hard for me to be reversed. Still time for one or two questions.
Hello, I'm Matteo, and I have a question for Mr. Cappato. You're defending the right, perhaps it's a long answer to a question, but you're defending the right for scientists to conduct science and the rights for science. I was wondering, one, whether you felt that any science should be off limits, and if so, how you would go about enforcing that, and whether it would be, well, probably not through fines and things like that, but whether it would be through minimizing funding grants or something like that. And if you don't believe that any sciences should be off limits, how you would deal and communicate with members of the public who have quite strong opinions otherwise. Thank you.
Well, I think there is no a precise, in order to give an answer, we should see each issue in a very concrete terms. But I think that political debate is also a way to make awareness raise. So there is not, when there are, for example, about climate change nowadays is a huge issue that is crossing science and politics. And the very fact of having a public debate on that is improving the awareness of the general public of what is at stake. And then there is not one solution that is the only solution for everything, but this allows also allows me to quote about the credibility of scientists making activism. There was a publication, Environmental Communication, the issue number 3 of 2011, of volume 11. In the summary, you can read about activism by scientists, that climate scientists who wish to engage in certain forms of advocacy have a considerable latitude to do so without risking harm to their credibility. Of course, if a scientist enter in the public arena, he has to be, he or she has, they are to to be ready to suffer the consequences of a public political debate. But this does not mean that automatically they are going to lose their credibility. So my answer is an open answer. The important thing is that the dialogue is open. For example, when there was the Legge 40 debate on the referendum 15 years ago, there were a few scientists, 2 or 3 of them, that were saying that stem cell research on human embryos was useless. And they were invited on TV everywhere. And there was this debate between, so the perception for the citizen was that half of the scientific community was saying that scientific research on stem cell is useful, and half is saying it's useless. So there is a problem also of manipulation of communication, which has a great impact on the issue that you raised.
There's still time for 1 or 2 questions, if they are short. Yes?
Coming back to animal work, we have a European regulation another use of animals. How this regulation is applied in different countries is different, basically. And so we have in Italy that the severity of this law is applied in higher way respect to UK. So what are, how we can influence the step from a European regulation to a country regulation, and what are the missing points why, the same law is applied in a different way in a country?
My answer is judicial initiative. There are some prohibition that the Italian government added, and the Italian parliament added to the European directive, which is contrary to the European law. I don't see much more things to do, because if the parliament decides something, the only way, either you change the law again, but the other way is to go for jurisdiction at the national or international level.
And the second is more a comment than a question. I bring an example, a personal experience, and be asked for a video for 5 per 1000, so for money funding for research. And I use animals in my research experience, but I've been asked not to mention them because of this, activism against. So there is no protection from a single scientific activist that wants to just engage with the public and explain the research and try to explain why we are using animal or stem cell. So don't you think that the action shouldn't be with a single scientist, but more with the university, with the department and the organization?
I worked a lot with Giuliano Grignaschi from Research for Life, who's an Italian scientist working on this issue. And for example, nobody knows the proportion of animals that are used in labs and animals that are killed for consumption, for nutrition. And it's 1 per 1,000. But then again, it's the same problem of the strike. When you have, why the act, I consider myself an animalist, a person who cares a lot of animal well-being. But how come that the organization that are lobbying about that, they are lobbying more on this 1 per 1,000 animal than the other 1,000, because it's far from public opinion. If you attack the scientists, citizens don't feel themselves involved or to be blamed. If you attack the 1,000 animals killed for consumption, and then also citizens feel to be attacked and to be blamed, and that's the huge difference.
Maybe I can comment. So I see your point, and I completely agree with you. And I really think that actually scientists, they are called, there is probably a social duty, we need to probably get ourselves in the community, but it's also true that not all scientists would want to do it. And actually most of the scientists I know, they actually don't really like it. And why forcing then these people to do it? So I completely agree with you that every university, every institute should really have a department, people that would help you in crafting and engaging with the public. So a very, very quick, simple, stupid example. So there was an interview, a TV interview, and we're fortunate in Oxford that we have a public engagement office. And actually, these people were incredibly helpful. For example, they even told us that we should not wear stripes during the interview, because if you wear a stripe during the interview and people shoot you put you in video, that is very disturbing, and usually people tend to change channel and they don't want to see it. Just as a simple example, these are things that should be professionally done.
Last one.
Just a quick example that can be, also a question for discussion. When we are talking about scientists, like if you are pro animals or against something like that, I'm making an example about climate because I'm involved in this discussion. And in Italy, there's now the party of negationism and the party that are in favor. Just underline that when we talk about negationism in climate, it's not a scientific word. It's completely a bad word in the discussion. So how can we avoid this type of approach? Because we are not negationism against climate change. There's different theories, different model, and it's the same in doing experiments with animals. So how can we avoid to use bad words in the discussion?
There are two key places in which education can be done, and one is school, of course, and the other is the public service of information. And in both this area, a lot of work should be done. But then again, I insist in saying that political activism on specific objective purposes that are felt important for doing science from scientists is a way of helping the public debate of being of a better quality. Engagement is, I'm not saying is the solution, but is a way in which when there is a debate on climate change, for example, the right words are used. Not because a scientist is right and non-scientist is wrong, but the participation of scientists in the debate helps in using, for example, the correct word. I also wanted to thank Italy on another side, because all this debate, nowadays the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights is discussing a general comment, which is a document of interpretation of the right to science. And the Italian government has been very active in hosting, in helping us, organizing international conferences in New York and in Geneva. So even if on some laws and regulation, Italy, for me, has a bad record, the capability of lobbying in the right direction, as Italy did for the International Court of Human Rights or the moratorium on death penalty, now Italy is doing this also on the right to science, so also a good role could be played, and with Laura Convertino and myself are at full disposal to involve you, or those of you that will be interested in this work of global monitoring and political mobilization in favor of the right to science.
Can I say one last thing about the activism of individual scientists? Of course, activism is a right of every citizen in democratic societies. But I think Caterina has a point, which is a practical point for many of the researchers I talk with. If you remember Bertolt Brecht's famous sentence in The Life of Galileo, no? Poor the country that needs heroes. I think when we have to rely on individual heroes, or the whole focus is either on individual heroes or villains, if you think about the Chinese scientist, the case that we had recently, He Jiankui, and the twins that he genetically modified, I think it's already a failure of society and research policy and the relationship between science and society. So I think we should be, of course, as I said, in the respect of everybody. Scientists are citizens, so they have the right to do whatever they want. But I think we should be aware of what does it mean socially and politically. Thank you. Thanks to the speakers.
Certo, per cambiare le slide?
Per cambiare le slide? Come
si fa con la freccetta?
So now I have the pleasure of introducing our last keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Elena Fattori, who's a member of the Italian Senate. She's a biologist by training. She obtained her PhD in molecular biology from the University of Zurich in Switzerland, and she has been active in research for many years at the Istituto di Ricerca di Biologia Molecolare in Italy. And since 2013, she has been a member of the Italian Senate. She was elected first with the Five-Star Movement, and now she has served, this is your second mandate, right? In the Italian Senate, and she has recently published a book, Il Medioevo in Parlamento, so the Dark Age or the Middle Ages in Parliament, about her experience as a scientist in the Italian Parliament. And that's what she will talk to us about today, of her journey from, in a way, one bench to another bench, as you will say here in the UK, or from the lab to the Parliament. So thank you, Elena, for being with us today.
Thank you for the kind invitation. I'm very honored to be here in such a prestigious place. It's a long time that I don't meet scientists, so it's a nice experience again to meet somebody that think in a certain way. And to understand what I would like to talk to you about today, I have to introduce myself a little bit and explain why a scientist ended up in a Senate of the Italian Republic. And I've been, as was told, I graduated in biology at the University of Rome, and then I went around in several labs around the world. I've been in the States for a few months and in Switzerland, and then I ended up again in Rome, where I got my PhD in Zurich, and I work mainly on molecular biology, publishing around about 40 papers on different issues. This is my first paper in 1991. Actually was about the work done in Switzerland in 1989 and 1988 when we cloned a cDNA. At the time the PCR was not available yet, so we had to cut and paste with the restriction enzyme, and then sequencing at the beginning with the Maxam and Gilbert method, and then the Sanger method. We didn't have at the time the automatic sequencing, so it was a great job to clone a cDNA, and this was a murine RAC1 cDNA. I'm very, you know, the first paper is the first paper, so you are always in love with your first paper. This is my last paper in 2012 when we tried to break tolerance to several self genes to have knockdown model. At the time there was not the CRISPR-Cas9 method. I guess now it's very easy. At the time we tried to set up a knockout model by self-immunizing mice against self-antigens and modulate the self-expression of different proteins. So at the time was very modern. I know that now probably is not. And this is my preferred paper in which we worked on gene therapy, trying to introduce genes into animals by different methods, viral and non-viral methods, and we set up a method of in vivo electroporation with low voltage, high frequency pulses, which were not hurting the animals to be in the frame of animal welfare. And there was a great job at the time to vaccinate with cDNA different animals. And if I have to resume my research activity in 20 years in the lab, I work mainly on transgenic mouse model for human disease, gene therapy by viral and non-viral vector, HCV and HIV vaccine by cDNA or viral vector vaccination. And then we moved to cancer vaccine by breaking tolerance to self-antigens. And my research activity is from 99 to 20 years. I start forgetting. And immediately stopped because my company decided to delocalize the research activity in China and close down. So it was very easy and not happy ending story, but that was what happened during the crisis, subprime crisis. So many things closed in the southern part of Italy. Among these companies, also my company decided to delocalize. So I ended up, was the lab, so nice lab, was very modern. Now it opened again, so it's working again, but at the time closed down. So we had a very large facility with research and animal and anything. And this was me very happily at the time outside my research institute. And at the time I thought that maybe this would have been my life for all life, because when you do research you don't think there is another life possible. I know that you are, many of you are researchers, and research take all your life. It's really your main, your main passion. And I remember this because sometimes as a researcher we are like princess or in an ivory tower where you are with your similar people that think like you think, and have the same, sorry for my English is fading, it's a long time that I don't speak English, so I apologize, it's not a Cambridge level, but anyway, correct me if I say something wrong. And we have the complex of ivory tower. I think still now scientists feel like being in a very protected place, and they think mainly in the same way. And after 3 years of mainly unemployment and voluntary work for environmental association on my small village, I ended up to be over there. This is the stage. It was my first time on a stage, and I was in front of this mass, of this amount of people. If you, this is an experience to be on a stage and to have 100,000 of people that are listening to. They were not listening to me, but I was on the stage, and there was 500,000 people asking something to the people on the stage. They are people. So it's not very easy to deal with such an amount of people that ask you to drive their life. They have, every one of them has wishes, has sentiment, they have need, many of them, many are unemployed, somebody wants life, somebody wants money, health, no animal damage, they don't want vaccine maybe, or they want vaccine, but they have needs. And in a democracy, this is the people you're working for. All scientists are working for people, but sometimes they don't have any idea what people want from them. And this was in 2013, and this is me under, this is my only picture on the stage. I'm behind this guy that is not very friendly with science. Now it's going better. At the time I was not aware that I was in the most anti-scientific political group that exists in the world. So I have to admit that at the time I didn't realize this. Then I realized that anti-science is a reality and should not be forgotten. This is the new lab, so I ended up there. I didn't think, I didn't manage to be there in any way. I just ended up there. I remember in December 2012, I was doing a concorso to be a biochemist, and in February 2013, so after 3 months, I was there, which is a kind of impact. I had a kind of shock being a scientist and ended up in a political arena with a lot of people asking things that you should perform. You have an employer, the people is your employer, and everybody is asking you something different, and you have to perform it. This is me in the Senate, and what you don't realize when you are a scientist, that you have, as a politician, you need to talk a lot, which is not obvious for a scientist, because scientists tends to be very quiet. But suddenly I had to listen a lot. People who talk all the day and say different things, so you have to pay attention to everybody, every strange theory, every kind of request, and you have to talk a lot about everything. So you cannot be specialized on something. That's something that scientists maybe don't understand about politicians. They have to vote, so they have to be informed about the war, about the Kurds, about Libya, and about energy, and maybe democracy, and constitutional reform, and science. So they don't have time to be specialized sometimes. And when you talk to them, you have to know that you have to inform them quickly and efficiently. If I have to resume the sentiment of the life of a scientist in the Italian parliament, it's like to be, I always use this metaphor, it's like to be a boat in a wood or on a place like this, because you really don't know how to handle this place. It's much more difficult than anybody could imagine. So maybe this gives you an idea of what is the feeling. So I thought maybe being a scientist in the parliament, I could deal with science. And this was a wrong idea, because a scientist should understand that affording science in politics, you have to know politics, not science, because it's not too easy to communicate science to convince a politician that science has certain belief that cannot be discussed, because in politics you discuss everything. So even what you reach as an evidence in science sometimes is discussed, is debated, and this is not easy to understand. So the three main things that I've been in the parliament for 7 years now, and I faced the three main difficult issues in science. The first was stamina, was a case that I consider symbolic of the approach of the politician to science. Then there is a issue of animal welfare and animal experimentation that is not yet solved in Italy, because we have to correctly implement the directive that is implemented in every European country except Italy, in which we implemented it in a more restrictive way that risk to obstacle scientists in animal experimentation. You cannot, stamina, I think, was really a case that has told us a lot about the approach of the people to science, of the communicator to science, and of the politic to science. This is the little Sofia. She was, she had a metachromatic leukodystrophia, which is a genetic disease that causes the accumulation of sulfatides in different organs. And the horrible thing of this disease is that the kids are born healthy and they become sick around 1.5 years of age. And the little Sofia was born healthy and then became blind with the time and started to lose their legs. She couldn't anymore walk. And became a mediatic case. It was in every television in Italy, and everybody wanted to save the little Sofia. Even the Pope, in a Sunday prayers, asked the scientists to cure the little Sofia. It became a case, really a case. Even Celentano at the time, all the kind of people in the newspapers. I don't think I have the time to explain you why stamina was a fraud. The stamina was water, was nothing. There was nothing inside the preparation that this company gave to the kids. And no papers, no patents, no trials, nothing. But this became a decree law in 2012 that was confirmed as soon as I arrived in the Italian Parliament. On March 21st, 2013, the Council of Ministers approves a decree law which authorized the continuation of treatments with these cells that were not cells, were just nothing. Initiated in public structures. I still have to understand why somebody decided to give this kind of treatment that was nothing in a public structure, even if they didn't comply to the principle of the European standard of good manufacturing of medicine under the responsibility of the prescriber. This is the guy who, you know, is in the place in front of the parliament. And I want you to note that the balloons, which are very symbolic, very striking, because the balloons represent i confetti. I don't know how you say confetti. So when a baby is born, you have blue and pink confetti. And also the slogan is very effective. Sia stamina, sia alla vita. Means yes to life, yes to stamina. Of course, if you say no, it's automatic that you say no to life, no to babies, not to newborns. So you see, stamina ended only in October 2004 when the committee set up by the then minister, I don't know why the corrector said Beatrix Lorenzin, but it's Beatrice Lorenzin, no, I don't remember. And Davide Vannoni was put in jail. That's the end of the story. The parliament and the government authorized stamina, and the only way to end this story was to put in jail this guy who was not even a doctor, but was a sociologist, which was expert in mass communication, and he was very effective in lobbying with the communication with the politics. And I always remember this case because it happened, and I'm convinced that it could happen again, because if you have a good communication machine, a good lobbying machine to convince politicians, and you know how to do communication, you can sell, you can have a fraud to be administered as a drug. This happened in Italy, and then happened again in the States. In Georgia, he was arrested again the 26th of April 2017 for criminal association with the aggravating circumstances of transnationality. Little Sofia died on December 13, 2017, with a very moving message of his parents on the Facebook, and this is the end of the story. I always bring this story because if you don't go through all the mechanisms that led to stamina decree law, maybe you cannot understand anything, all the other story that happened for animal experimentation or for vaccine, because there is a mechanism that is more or less the same for any scientific fraud, which is a good communication skill, a good lobbying activity in the parliament, and the communication which is somehow not correct by the official communication organs. This is the way of communicating of the Novavax. Many of you told about vaccination. My personal measure of the aversion to vaccines is more pessimist than the data shown before, because at least in Parliament, I can estimate that much more than 7% of people are not convinced about the good practice of vaccine. So I'm not sure that is a problem only because there are few people very vocal or very active. I think that deep in the soul, many people think that vaccines are not so safe. This is the way they communicate. We don't have to underestimate the way of communication of all these activists. Again, it's a very symbolic communication. There is a kid, and this kid is written, I died for a vaccine, and nobody will remember me. I will be denied and forgotten. So such a picture was put in poster around several cities. And when a parent have this kind of communication, it's difficult that he can forget it. The same for stop vivisection. I followed also the directive of animal experimentation. This is the picture that was everywhere during the discussion of the directive in the Italian parliament. This was poster, and they were outside of the parliament. They had big pictures, and I think that visual communication is something that is lacking in the scientific communication. Pseudoscientists communicate a lot with pictures, with slogans, with symbols, which hit really the level of, not the rational level, but deeper in the perception of people. For those who were asking about the directive, the European directive, the directive of 2010 was put into law very late in Italy in 2014 with the 3 critical points, so was more restrictive respect to the original one, and there are restrictions for testing drug and studying drug abuse. There is a strong limitation for xenotransplantation, even for cancer. And also there are important limitations for the reuse of animals in some experiments. And this is very tricky because researchers can lose European finance because they cannot comply to research programs which predict this kind of experiments. And we risk the, how do you say, la procedura di infrazione, infraction procedures, and we risk to pay around several €100,000 if we don't comply to the original directive. These particular restrictions are not applicable now. They said they will be applicable in 2014, then they postponed it to 30 December 2016. And now there is another deadline, which is the end of this year, when the false directive will be put in law. It means that from 1st of January 2020, the researcher cannot work on animals as their European colleagues unless we do another decree law. So it's very urgent to have a mobilization of researchers to oblige or to convince politicians to implement the right directive. Otherwise, in 2020, animal experimentation in Italy would be very, very difficult. Okay, why pseudoscientists are so effective in orientating Italian politicians? I think they are so effective, they do it as a job. They have only this duty, and they are very, very good in coming to the Senate, to the Parliament, and to talk with the deputy and to senators and to govern. Sorry. Anyway, they have money to do it, and this is sometimes under-evaluated, because to do such a work, you need a lot of money. So if you have a lot of money, you have strong interest in doing. And maybe one should study why. I have some ideas, but I think following the money of this mechanism is very important. They use a very powerful symbolic communication, and this is something that scientists are not able to do. And they have good communication skills. When you see in television somebody that say, "Oh, my baby risk autism for vaccine," they are very convincing. Why Italian politicians are effectively influenced by pseudoscientists? Because they don't have an official scientific community to address to. This is a very big problem. When you have to ask questions to somebody, you never know which is the right person to call for a talk in the Senate. Politicians need to have consensus to survive. So if they found that they are strongly influenced by the tweet and the mail storming, even if it's a minority and is very strong, they are influenced by this way of mail bombing, tweet storming, and so on and so forth that scientists don't do. Very often I've been called by colleagues saying, "Have you seen this tweet storming about autism and vaccine?" and so on and so forth. And something that maybe you evaluate as a scientist, that sometimes we are heavily threatened by this guy. So sometimes they tell you why you kill animals, why do you want to kill babies, why don't you approve stamina? And if a politician is not very well informed, is not convinced about this issue, he probably give up, because it's not easy to afford this kind of stuff. So I think the main critical issues we are called to correct is the absence of an official scientist. And many pseudoscientists are medical doctors. We have also Nobel Prizes, which are Novax. So this is very difficult to counteract. We have also the important institution in which there are pseudoscientists. There is the problem of false balance, both in parliament and newspaper and TV programs. Sometimes scientists go and debate with I don't know, Eleonora Brigliadori, or with some very important and very famous actor. And this is not working because the actor is more efficient in communicating than a scientist. So the scientist loses when you have full balance. So if it happens, never go in TV with the pseudoscientist because it's very ineffective. There is no science on the web. Somebody told me, what do you think about Burioni? I think he had the courage to be on the web and answer to thousands of people asking stupid questions, and he had the patience also to be very, very molto duro with them. And there is an under-evaluation of the economic strength of pseudoscience. There are business, very effective business. For example, just an example, a lawyer with the vaccine damaged people. It's a very strong, there are a lot of money around this business. And the last, scientists don't communicate well. It's not their fault, they have no time, they have to do science, so they cannot lose time thinking about Stripe, how to use, you have to go in TV, you have to go with light, not dark thing, but you don't have time, you have to be in the lab, you have to do your job. And they are not trained to do it. Maybe training in communication, scientific communication will be important. This is the last slide. No, this is not the last. It's just to say that sometimes to understand people, you have to see things from another perspective. So I had to understand how to do politics by looking at the world in an upside down position, otherwise I was like a boat in the wood. And I tell you that it's the most difficult thing I did in my life, understanding people, understanding politics. And maybe I like this slide because many pseudoscientists invoke ancient wisdom to tell what I'm doing. I'm thinking about chakra, about no vaccine, we cure chakra, and so on and so forth. Instead, the ancient wisdom was very wise, basically. And they said that you cannot think only with your brain, you have to think with your heart, with your belly, and with all the level of perception, otherwise you fail to communicate with other people. So scientists maybe should communicate their love for science. I think I've been a scientist, I really loved what I was doing, but sometimes they are not able to communicate how beautiful science is, how you love it. And I decided to write my experience in a book, because maybe in a book one read what the parliament is, and with the 3 cases in more detail. And I, of course, the part of the procedure, this book will be donated to an association which implement project with the Ospedale Bambin Gesù, so I can close the circle of my experience in somehow starting from science, ending up in a strange parliament, and maybe doing something good for suffering people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elena, for sharing your experience with us. We have a few minutes before our next coffee break for some questions from the audience, and then after the coffee break, we're going to have one last thematic session, and then we'll have a closing panel where we'll be discussing these overarching issues. But please, if you have any questions, they're at the back first.
Thank you for the talk, and I guess maybe 2 questions. One is, so what can you do in Parliament, or what have you done in Parliament to address the issues that you've kind of listed? And the second one maybe is, what is your experience of Movimento 5 Stelle, I guess, given what the profile that they've made public about, for example, no vaccines, and yeah, what was your experience there?
Okay, Stamina came in when I just arrived in the parliament, and I voted it. I voted, and I will never forgive this vote to myself, but was a unanimous vote because there was no way to convince people that the little Sofia couldn't be cured. And I assure you, it's not easy to be firm in your beliefs when you are in a, for example, in a room with 100 of people that have sick kids and tell you, I want to have hope. Give me this hope. I know that it's stupid, but when you are there, it's not easy to afford this kind of thing when everybody is convinced that maybe this cure can do something. For animal experimentation, I think is the most difficult issue to tackle, because there is no political party that would have really the strength to combat animalists. Are very very difficult. Every political party has an animalist inside, and they are very strong in defending their position. So I think we need help by the scientists to make people understand that you are not torturing mice, that maybe this infection is worse than making experiments on mice which are anesthetized and live very well in the labs, better than outside. For vaccine, I tried to do a lot of information together with, at the time, there was Gerardo D'Amico, which did a lot of, to convince Novax that the vaccines were not terrible. As the 5-star movement, I think, has inside, and this I realized with more the vaccine, stamina was everybody was convinced that could be good. No way at the time was a kind of public, I don't know the term, but everybody in Italy was convinced that we should do something. The 5-star movement inside has the highest percentage of pseudoscientists. They are really, it's not a fake news, and I realized it with vaccines. And maybe it should be done, something should be done to inform politicians about this. But I agree that gave too much space to all this fake news. And I don't remember the other question.
There was another question coming here, so there's someone behind you who asked for the mic.
Two questions there, really. One on the vaccines. You rightly said how good pseudoscience communicators are at using pictures to have an emotional impact on people. But actually, as we're beginning to see, sadly, across Europe, as the herd immunity falls and you get more cases of children with, and indeed adults with the negative consequences of measles, for example, is it not time for Parliament or for governments to actually launch some emotive campaigns showing the consequences of not vaccinating? I don't quite understand why we're not doing that more powerfully already. And my other question was both about Parliament and the media in terms of the amount of airtime, if you like, that gets awarded to this issue of balance, the amount of airtime awarded to minority scientific views. You talked about the vaccine case, but the other one that is very obvious, and more obvious in some countries than others, is of course the science of climate change, when you've got the overwhelming IPCC evidence, and yet you still get news organizations who will give equal time to the man-made climate change deniers. And I wonder what you thought could be done about that. Thank you.
I was not in favor of mandatory vaccine at the beginning. Then I realized that this was a good law. Now in Italy, vaccines are mandatory, and the herd immunity is increasing. And I have to admit that maybe sometimes you have to have mandatory vaccines when there is no way to communicate well. Of course, if we had a decrease in herd immunity, it means that something was wrong, was communicated not optimally, because when they became mandatory, people went to vaccinate because they couldn't go to school, so it was very easy at the end. Maybe they were not Novax, but simply they had to be informed, to recall by the vaccine center, and myself, I had forgotten 1 dose of vaccine to my child. And then I said, okay, let me see if I did it well, and otherwise it doesn't go to school, and it worked. So maybe there should be much more attention to communicate, even in villages, even doctors and vaccine centers. Maybe they should call you home to say, hey, why you didn't vaccinate your child? Maybe it's easier than a campaign in TV. The false balance is a big problem, because what I tried to say at the time, you don't have to call Novax and Provax, otherwise you start the dualism. You have to, in politics, you have to avoid contraposition, you say this, because otherwise then there is one part that say, I am Novax, yeah, Provax, and this doesn't work, because then it becomes a political game. So when you talk about vaccine, maybe you should talk about single vaccines, not in general, because vaccines are different. Otherwise, there is the Novax. They say, I don't want any vaccine. Okay, which one do you think is not worth? Maybe rubella is not optimal, but maybe tetanus, you have to do it. And then it becomes easier to talk about it. And the TV program shouldn't give space to different theses. This one is founded on evidence and the other not. So even the public television, the newspaper, shouldn't give space to this theory, even if they are a minority. Minority must be protected when they have a thesis that is based on evidence, but this is not minority, this is fake news, and nobody should give space in a newspaper. And at the time, I really wrote to every editor, oh, why are you giving space to this guy? And they say, because he's a Nobel Prize, for example. Montagnier is a big problem, because it's a Nobel Prize. So why a newspaper shouldn't give space to a Nobel Prize? Or even the president of the National Order of Biologists is a Novax. So this is a big problem in Italy. And not easy.
Thank you very much, Elena. And I'm afraid we have to bring this session to a closure now for the coffee break. We'll have more space to discuss these topics in the closing panel, but we have to keep on the schedule. So we're going to be back in 15 minutes from now at 3:40 p.m. for the next thematic panel. Thank you very much. È meraviglioso.
Bravissimo.
Perfetto.
Sì, sì, ci sto. No, no, allora, no, guarda, faccio così. Dobbiamo solo fare... No, no, guarda, facciamo semplicemente così. E se questo si vede si può spostare un altro po'. Ecco. No, rischiamo di fare il peggio.
L'importante è che questo qui non caschi giù.
Guarda, funziona, funziona. Se sentite un crash...
No, è che ti rovini un po' le cose, secondo me, perché rischi di... C'è tutto il peso su questo.
Sì, forse si risponde.
Se prendiamo questa vogliamo lì, se lo mettiamo lì, cioè mettiamo questo qua al centro.
Ok, anche possiamo anche fare così.
Tanto che ci sono qui. Scusami, sai.
Adesso te la porto.
Sì, a questo punto credo che decidete voi come me, perché se volete stare entrambi seduti là magari. Sì, non ci sono problemi, guarda, se volete stare tutti e due seduti là, qui ci sono. Poi tieni se premuto qua e spegnerlo.
Allora io quindi uso questo microfono. Sì, le slide sono finiscono un po' così senza conclusione, però... fare da Skype, ma se non si sente così, cioè... Vabbè, lo stesso. Ma no, perché? No. Che secondo me era molto interessante comunque. No, no, noi l'abbiamo stimolato, era... No, no. poi durante il meeting noi abbiamo fatto di tutto per coinvolgere e trovare dei propri punti di collegamento, quindi però poi si è scollegato a un certo punto. Non è stato bene. No, ma ha detto che adesso si trasferisce a Londra. Con l'Italia non sappiamo quello che volesse dire. Perché allora, comunque come tempi vedo che sono già le 46, ora inizieremo alle 50, l'orario stabilito per iniziare era alle 3:30, vero? Ah, perché l'abbiamo spostato di 15 minuti. Mhm. Poi io avevo detto se volete spostarlo di 15 minuti per fare alle 45. In teoria devono finire alle 4:30. Rilassate. Ok.
Meglio più luce che meno luce. Se non possiamo scegliere. Ma sì, dai, aggiorno.
Questo è pericoloso.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Basaldella. I'm a researcher here at the University of Cambridge. I was supposed to moderate this panel with Silvia Chiappa and Riccardo Luna, but unfortunately Riccardo felt sick tonight, so he couldn't be here. Instead, we will have a keynote talk by Silvia Chiappa. She's a researcher at DeepMind, and she will talk to us about bias in machine learning. So.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, well. So, thank you. It's very exciting to be here today. I decided to talk about the research area which I've been focusing on in the last few years. So, I'm a machine learning researcher at DeepMind. I've been there for about 5 years now, and I've been doing research in machine learning for, I think, around 20 years. I mean, in the past, I've been working a lot on probabilistic modeling and trying to leverage data to do inferential tasks, for example, to try to understand about whether an individual has a disease based on a set of symptoms. And in the last few years, though, I shifted a little bit my research to this topic of fairness and bias. And this is because generally the machine learning community has experienced a quite dramatic shift from being a mainly purely academic community with a little impact in our society to a community which has a lot of impact. Now, as you know, machine learning is used in different areas and is in our mobile devices and is affecting everyday life more and more, and is also used to take decisions that are affectively people quite dramatically. So in areas such as policing, education, hiring, lending, and criminal risk assessment, we will discuss about some examples later. But this, the fact that some of these systems have been found or accused to be not treating individual nicely, so or how we say fairly, has raised a lot of concern and a lot of pressure from society and also from government to try to address these issues. In response, the machine learning community has started a new subfield called machine learning fairness, which is getting more and more popular. Now, I like to, before giving you a few examples of systems which are problematic and are in use out there, I like to give you a little bit of an understanding of how we reach this shift. And I think I can, in my viewpoint, there are 3 main reasons why we really, as I said before, shift from being a purely academic field from a field which has high impact in society. Well, the first reason is the fact that the increase in computational power. So if we think about the hot AI techniques out there, they are really not all that new, in the sense that neural networks have been there since the 60s, and the problem with or the reason why these neural nets now are much more used than in the past is because in order to make use of them, you need a lot of computational power. And that wasn't really available until a few years ago when companies made it available. And this suddenly, it became possible to deploy AI and machine learning at scale. And now, like, a lot of companies are trying to develop systems taking advantage of that. The second reason why we experience this shift is like, if you think about artificial intelligence and how it was approached in the past, we experienced a revolution, and this revolution was brought in by machine learning techniques, in the sense that the artificial intelligence in the past was approached by explicitly encoding the rules that would allow the machine to solve a certain task. But as you can imagine, even for very complex tasks, this is a very difficult thing to do. Even for tasks that are easily done by humans, like recognizing objects in a scene. Now, machine learning has revolutionized AI because it enabled to abandon this approach of explicitly encoding the rules and instead use the data, basically, by giving a lot of examples to the machines about the example of cats or dogs. The machine can learn by itself to recognize. Now, so the machine learning offer like a solution by abandoning this ad hoc technique and for simple tasks like recognizing cats from dog in an image. But then later on, we also realized actually the same approach could be used to solve much more complex tasks, and this creates a lot of excitement. Now, together with this computational power availability that I said that before, we started to think we can just provide more data to the machine, and then that would be enough for solving complex tasks. But if we think about what learning means, it's not just committing example to memory. It really means to understand the key feature that, for example, characterize dogs or cat in a scene, and respectively of how they appear in the image that is provided as example to the machine. This process requires to give the machine good data and enough examples, and also obviously correct labeling, for example, of cat or dogs in this case. You can see the challenging in this. Like for simple tasks, maybe you can think that you could provide a machine with enough good quality data to solve the task. But as we are set up to take care of or trying to solve more and more complex tasks, it's much more difficult to provide a machine with good quality data. In addition, there is another point, like a lot of machine learning is about learning correlations, and this can lead to wrong conclusions, because in many cases, really what we want is to learn cause-effect relationship and not just correlations. And this is like, obviously, to learn cause-effect relationship is much a harder task. And this requires a lot of thinking about how to put structure in the model, rather than adopting this kind of black box approach of providing just a black box machine with a lot of data. Now, so this problem of providing good quality data can be particularly serious when we think about problems of machine learning tools that affect humans. In this case, we have an additional issues. The fact that data might contain historical discriminations or cultural stereotype, and if you think about the internet and the data out there, is very skewed, and then a lot of this data is used to train our system. Now this, I think, make a lot of sense. If you work in machine learning, you really realize about the issues and the difficulties. about that. But I think now I arrived to the third reason why we arrive at this problematic time in which we are facing issues with bias and fairness, which is the fact that society is not understanding much about what AI and machine learning is. And as a machine learning researcher, I was a bit shocked about that, and that's also what prompted me to do some research in this area. Is when I realized that there are systems out there, for example in the States, that can be predicting the likelihood of a criminal defendant to recommit a crime, and they are used for detaining people in jail pre-trial. And I was really shocked when I heard that this system called Compass, for example, was accused of being biased against black people, and the system was developed by a company with proprietary that didn't want to disclose the algorithms, so it's very difficult to understand what the company is doing. But I think, yeah, there is the idea that, and something I like to discuss with you, that we are entering a phase in which technology, machine learning, AI is part of our life, but there is little understanding of what this is, and perhaps it's not left to the individual to decide what to trust or what not trust. It's more like, in this case, this of systems which are used independently of individual volition, like there must be a general understanding and also a set of ways that have to be put in place in order to ensure that we deploy this system responsibly. Okay, so as I said, now there are these three reasons. I'd like to discuss a little bit more about this system that I mentioned before, the Compass. So this is a pre-trial risk instrument, and it was basically what happened is that in the over the last few years, numerous state and local government in the state wanted to reform the pre-trial court system to reduce the level of incarceration in the state, that, as you see in the bar, reach very high number with respect to the states, and it was particularly bad for people of black color or low income. And so they decided to introduce this automatic way of detecting or predicting whether a criminal defendant will recommit a crime, which would replace, like, whole the way of understanding whether a person will recommit a crime, which were driven largely by money, bail, and discretionary decisions. However, the reporting the failure of this system made it kind of raise concern about the fact that these systems might be introducing bias. Actually, one interesting aspect is that one of the reasons why these systems were also introduced is to avoid or to overcome human biases. So we know that in the States, especially, we have these social issues, and it was thought that policing could have some display some bias against black people, for example, and so also an introduction of automatic tools was a way to avoid these biases. And that makes sense in some sense, because decision takes by algorithm can be obviously less subjective, and so on. We know that depending on the day or what you have eaten, you might take different decisions as a human, so this is not a problem of an algorithm. Also, algorithms don't get tired, so this is the perception out there that's why they should be more objective than humans. It's also that, and that's partially true. It's also true that it's easier to analyze decisions taken by machines than decisions taken by humans. However, what we really didn't understand as a society, I think, is that in the moment in which we train this system on data which contain historical discrimination, then these biases are absorbed by the system. And that makes a lot of sense, because the whole point of machine learning and learning from data is to extrapolate patterns in the data. And if pattern of biases, like for example, in the data set there are more black people which are labeled as recommitting a crime than white people, then the machine will be picking up these characteristics. So it makes perfect sense from the viewpoint of the machine. This goes back to what I was saying before, that as a machine learning researchers, this is not surprising. But what is surprising is this was not taken into account when using the system. And so unlike other cases like, and disciplines like in the medical domain, where before putting a drug into the market we have to follow these rigorous steps, we are not there yet with the systems. There is no such a regulatory such regulation, and maybe that's another interesting point to discuss. Yeah, so this is perhaps one of the compass basically was found to be biased against black people by ProPublica organization. Is a non-profit organization in the States that in 2016 analyzed the data set that was used to train the Compass predictive risk instrument, and found that the system was biased against black people because it was predicting that black people that didn't recommit a crime were more likely to recommit a crime than white people. So this is illustrated in this figure here, in which you see this is the data that was used by ProPublica, and you see a black and white, and then a low and medium risk of recommitting a crime. So this is like the outcome of the Compass system. And then you see in light blue people who reoffended, and in dark blue people who did not recommit a crime. And now the point of this of ProPublica was that if you look at black people who did not recommit a crime, and so in dark blue, you see almost half are predicted by the system as at high risk or medium high risk of recommitting a crime. On the other hand, if you look at the white individuals, there are many fewer who are predicted by system at high risk of recommitting a crime. So the system looked quite biased against black people, because if you're black and you did not recommit a crime, you are much more likely to be predicted at high risk. Now, the discussion around this is very complicated. I don't want to go into the details, but basically what happened is there is a lot of a prior probability that you recommit a crime if you're black is much higher in this data set than if you are white, and partially because policing is really targeting certain neighborhoods in the state which are more populated by black people, and so basically if you are two individuals with the same characteristics and one is white and black, then if you are black you have many more probability to be arrested, because the police is targeting that neighborhoods. So this means that the data set in which we are training the system have some kind of biases, and we need to counteract, if possible, to really get an unbiased system. So this is was a quite shocking example. There is another one that I like to discuss, which is the fact that this quite common now to use an automatic way of hiring people, and there is a kind of an artificial intelligence system that has become quite popular in the state again, And basically what I work is that you have an interview during this by phone or by through your computer, and then through the camera basically there is this system that analyzes your expressions and the way you speak, and based on that you kind of give you a employability score. And now this system is quite, as I said, used in the States. It's very pervasive, and is used also in hospitals and in financial institutions. And now it's so popular that university make effort to train students to, how to look at the camera when they have interview. It looks like more than 100 employers now use the system, including Hilton. And more than 1 million job seekers have been analyzed. Now, again, this is another interesting aspect of that if you are really working in machine learning, you understand that putting in place a system like this is a reliable one is a very challenging. On the other hand, of course, there is a volition from companies to make profit and come up with such systems is a very, very good way to make profit. And there is a discussion online, this example have been picked up in the news. There is discussion online. Obviously, the companies is trying to say that this system is reliable, and it's again, I think, indication that as a community and a society, we should be really more aware and knowledgeable about all these technologies and machine learning in general to be able to answer to this kind of or react to this kind of problems. It is also reveal lack of regulation, which is something that we are really struggling, and it's something that we might want to discuss. Yes, that's. I think I'll stop perhaps here. I wanted just to give you a little bit of an idea of some of the issues that are brought by technologies these days, and perhaps have a discussion on now together about some of the points that I made. Yes, thank you.
So thank you, Silvia, for your talk. It was very interesting. I have a couple of questions for you, and then we will pass the mic to the public if they have questions. So first of all, you show some technology here that has an impact of everyone's life now. So do you think that the politics should aggressively try to regulate this kind of technology and this research, or should politicians let the research grow and try to tackle it only when it eventually becomes a risk for the public or for a part of the public, like minorities, as you showed it now?
This is a very interesting and complex question to ask and to answer, and I think it shouldn't. My personal opinion, I'm not speaking now as a reminder, but my personal opinion is that we should regulate more, but this is very complex. I also want to say something about the danger of regulating too much. But I think regulation, the problem is regulating is very, very difficult in this case. And so if you look at there are attempts like the GDPR to regulate in this space. So we could think that the politics could be involved in that. But the reality is that regulating now is much more complex than in this domain, the regulating in order. And so no one really knows exactly what to do. And I think one way we have, perhaps as a research community and together with even with politicians, find a way to address these issues. On our time to understand how to put in place regulations, and I think in the future, what I envisage will happen is probably to have some research, some centers or regulatory bodies that are specialized with the research scientists in it, who could advise on specific problems, because giving a general regulation as attempted also, for example, by the GPR, I'm not an expert, is challenging. I think depending on the case, you need perhaps to take different approaches, and you need domain expert knowledge. So that's one way I can think we can go forward. Certainly we need to start this discussion, and I think there is not much there yet in terms of discussion. I don't see this idea, for example, discussed much, but it's necessary.
So what you're saying is that we need a specialized body who's able, with scientists and politicians, where they can tackle together this kind of
scientists, yeah, or different disciplines. In the case of bias and fairness, obviously machine learning people, but also social scientists or the philosopher, yes. But we need specialized bodies that will tackle problems. You cannot think about the old ways of regulating, I think.
Okay, thank you. Another question is that you work in DeepMind. DeepMind is a company, for who you don't know, was acquired by Google for $500 million when it didn't even have a product, right? So the website of DeepMind at the time of its acquisition was just a landing page with no information whatsoever on the company. So do you think that something like that would have been possible in Italy, such an innovative company born just out of research, to reach such an incredible value in such a short time?
Okay, so the answer is no, DeepMind could not have been born in Italy. And I think there are a couple of reasons that perhaps, or a few reasons at least, a few differences with Italy. We should, to start with, notice that DeepMind is not the only case of startup that was very successful and was then acquired by big tech companies. For example, we have Bluesmurray AI, also spin out from UCL, which was bought by Facebook, I think in 2018. We have like close to London again, another example, Magic Pony, another startup that was bought by Twitter in 2016. So there are many examples, many from UCL, of acquisition of companies that didn't have a product. Yeah, but it's basically an acquisition of talent, and that's becoming very, very common. Like there is a little bit of a race from big tech companies who will need talent to develop technology to basically get this talent. So that's what we are seeing in these years, kind of a race to get talents. There is actually this acquiring is a neologism that indicate really this phenomenon of hiring talent. So this is not uncommon to buy a company which doesn't have any product. And I have to say that perhaps UCL didn't really also realize maybe the importance of that. It's also the fact that now big tech companies have been starting to do that. And but there is, I don't think someone else could perhaps comment on this, that big tech companies will have incentive in do that in Italy, for example. This is one thing of difference. The other thing is that I'm not sure if that spin-out companies, or many spin-out companies that come out from university in Italy, I don't know much the university system in Italy, but I know in the UK, in this case, for example, the computer science department, so UCL, I don't know, maybe I didn't mention that, but DeepMind is spin-off of UCL as well. So the UCL was, computer science department was really supportive of creating startup companies because, and in general of academics that work part of the time outside research. So there is an understanding that the academic job is perhaps not from a salary viewpoint, very optimal, and so the academic can work a certain percentage of the time, I think around 50%, 15% in the computer science department to do other activities such as consulting or creating companies, startups. And I think now after the Mind and Bloomsbury AI, now UCL having a structure in place to support the creation of startup. I think perhaps with banks to be able to get the money to support companies. So I like if someone knows the Italian situation. I suspect this is not something that would easily happen in Italy, but yeah, that's perhaps another difference to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Silvia. If there are, yes, there are questions from the public. We have, I think, 10 minutes, right, for questions? Okay.
Very quick. Thank you. Is it technically feasible to check if an algorithm is biased? Because Compass refused to give the algorithm, but if they gave it, is technically feasible, or is still possible to hide a bias in an algorithm?
It depends a lot on the system. So in this case, it wasn't such a problem not to have the algorithm. I think it was like me thinking, why is that possible that we enable that? But it was possible to understand that the system is biased without, because that's what ProPublica did. So in many cases it is possible, but in other cases it's not so obvious how to do that. And perhaps having the algorithm can somehow help. But that's not the main. When I pointed out it doesn't want to give the algorithm it would be helpful to understand more, but it's also like a shock from a viewpoint of the fact that we are deploying systems that take very, very high impactful decisions, and we are fine with not being able to check the the algorithm in this case. I don't think that's would be allowed in the medical domain. When we for drugs, we are very strict, right, in what we ask, and so what I'm trying to say is that we should really, in cases of impactful decision like this one, set up a better way of using the system.
Thank you. Mine is as much a question as a bit of like a provocation maybe, but what you said was that maybe we should abandon the old way of regulating and we should promote new ways of bringing together scientists of different disciplines with the decision makers to regulate. And of course I'm very supportive of this, and I do think this needs to be structured much more than it is now. But at the same time, I do believe that this is as much about regulating a specific technological application as it is about regulating the companies and economic interests that lead to those technological developments. Maybe the question is, how should we regulate the sort of companies that end up developing and using those technologies? And is this about opening up the technology, or is it about opening up the technology alongside the economic interest and economic dynamics and political dynamics that lead to certain outcomes? So basically, how much is a problem of technology and technology regulation, and how much is this a problem of wider sort of like societal decisions of how we structure ourselves as a society?
I'm not sure I completely understand your question in the sense of.
May I
try to reformulate?
Sorry, may I?
If you want.
So I think you have to think of AI as potentially as a weapon. So we have bodies that regulate drugs. We have bodies that regulate chemical weapons. AI can be used as a weapon because you can build missiles with AI. You can build algorithms that target a specific body of people. So there is certainly an economic interest behind this technology, but it's a technology that can be inherently dangerous, like exactly like a chemical weapon. For this reason there are lots of associations that are already starting to tackle just the technological point of view of AI, like saying we shouldn't build missiles driven by AI.
But my point is that this is missing the point. That's what the point I'm trying to make is that this narrow focus is, in my view, missing the point. We should think about the structures that lead to certain specific technologies being developed rather than necessarily focusing only on the end product. We don't just regulate a pharmaceutical that gets onto the market, we also regulate the whole structures that lead to that product being developed.
In fact,
that was my
suggestion. In fact, I think that we should tackle the problem of AI as an ethical problem, as in a whole, not just focusing in a single product. As you say, the automatic weapons are an example, but there are lots of problems that can be brought in by AI. So I see your point, and we should probably stop a bit, tackle the problem when it's not on the market, but a bit earlier. Does this answer your question?
Yes, I think the problem is stopping it also. As a human, it's very difficult to understand consequences, right, of things. So it's very easy in the cases that you have mentioned. In the case of bias, a more subtle one, or it might not be as straightforward, like to foreseeing the consequences. And I think, so that's also why it's difficult to regulate before that something is in. It would be much nicer to be able to not regulate, maybe regulate is, I don't know if it's the correct thing, but to be able to understand about the consequences of things before they are used, and I really encourage that. But I'm just saying that that's not really what the humans seem to be doing for other things. They're normally very reactive to things. This is the case. In the States, for example, there was a lot of excitement on using technology as a way to protect individuals, and then it was found out actually that wasn't the case for the system, and there was a retroactive kind of.
Yeah, it would be lovely if we could implement the Asimov 3 laws of robotics into AI system, but we aren't still there. So we are trying to react to the problems as soon they present to us. So.
But I agree, reaction is not a good. But that's not what you do in the medical domain, right? Either, like you have different systems.
Just to think, one is more related to the, support, the situation in Italy about like the support to the spin-off and so on. Something is moving. It was created a network that is called NetVal that is supporting the spin-off and all the, the support of like university spin-off and so on. So I don't think it could happen like it was with DeepMind, but it could happen something. So it's I'm positive about that. And in the discussion that you had right now, I can bring my experience in the space segment. Are you talking about like an authority or about an agency? When we are talking about like Earth observation, you also touch some like security and defense issues. So what is changing in this domain, at least at European level, is that right now we were sort of like using the European Space Agency for tackling some issues like in the artificial intelligence, and now European Commission it's moving and it's creating an authority. So what do you think? It's good to start already with an authority where scientists and politicians already have like the instruments to be sort of like punitive ways, acting as an authorities, or still it's is not enough mature, so you start with an agency where you start to discuss about that. It's not like simple division, but what is the best? Starting with directly with an authority, or it's better to still keep the discussion on science and then start with an agency?
I think I would say, because I'm in the field and I know the complexity of the field, we should start with the discussion, but I'm also aware that some systems are already in use, and that the problem is how do we avoid people that are affected to be affected already. But I guess we also want to connect to what I was saying, like regulating in the old way, it maybe doesn't work, in the sense that the situation is much more complex from a technical viewpoint. We as even scientists don't know exactly how to solve certain issues, whether how to recognize certain issues, and so yeah, I think starting already strongly, it might be too much. It also leads to a lot of error. But this is not my personal opinion. I really don't have much knowledge either in this space. But as a scientist, working in this space, I think it does worry me, like, to think about we'll be able to nicely regulate this technology.
Thank you.
Hi. I have a question about general methodological prescription for people doing predictions with cases similar to COMPAS.
Yeah.
So the question is a twofold question. One is on the data and one is on the methodology. So regarding the data, do you think it makes more sense to exclude sensible variables, say 1-0 variables for racial, that could lead to racial sexual discrimination, or does it make more sense to add additional environmental variables, say the region or others? I understand that in the case of COMPAS specifically, it could lead to discrimination towards regions, because you said that police is really policing certain areas in the US. But in general, do you think that could help? And the second question on methodology is, you talked about causality and correlation. Do you think the literature is going the right direction with methods such as, I don't know, the causal force or similar stuff, which is targeting causality in the process? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll come back to the second question because I don't know if I understood it correctly. So the first question was about whether eliminating the variable like race would be solving the problem, and it does not, because there are other variables which are really correlated with race, and so it wouldn't work. This actually was the first naive approach of fairness. It's called fairness through an awareness, which is like not explicitly using the protected attribute. But then obviously it's like, well, in the past banks were used neighborhood as a proxy for race, then the other feature that are fed to the system could be proxy, are correlated highly. But there is even a more subtle reason why you shouldn't do that. Sometimes you really need to know the sensitive attribute, the protected attribute, to actually have a fair system, which is counterintuitive, but because it enables you to disentangle information that related to other variables, and so you need to explicitly use it. So that's also why I say it's a very complicated area. So this is one, the first question. The second question about causality, was it about whether to use it in this space or?
Yeah, well, thank you. I was just wondering whether factoring causality into the model, such as, I mean, there are papers from Ote, Imbens, and co-authors. They're doing that in medical studies. I was wondering whether if you do that also with neural networks or with other techniques, that could help, because it would remove the issue, which is, you know, all these features are correlated with some racial bias.
I'm pleased you asked that because I've been working on this for a couple of years. Yeah, so I am using causal reasoning for tackling these issues, and I think that's the only way, right, to understand how the data is structured and how the variables are related is a key component for avoiding the replicating or absorbing pattern of unfairness biases in the system. The problem with this, and I think generally this is indeed not just useful for bias and fairness, but also for the fact that that our system, like now the machine learnings are really based on learning correlation, which is not good enough. It can lead to bias and other issues. So it can lead to still. I don't want to be too negative here, because we are using the system also for doing great things. I'm really focusing on this aspect today, and I think there is an attempt to start to combine, for example, deep learning approach with causal inference, but that's very challenging, and while it would be a very natural approach to do, it comes with a lot of technical challenges, as we'll see. I hope that that more people will catch it, but it's much easier to use data and on a system which you don't have to build a causal model of. Yeah.
If you can add a word, I think that what we also need to do is to collaborate tightly as computer science with domain experts to understand what our models are doing. I think this may answer also Marco's question. We should analyze deeply a model before it goes into the market to understand and check if it does not contain biases. I think that's very important, because you can't just throw something in a model and expect it will learn something fair. You will need to do a lot of work, a lot of feature selection, and a lot of work with domain experts to ensure that it's fair before reaching to the market. I don't know if Silvia agrees with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so
can I ask a question to the audience, or no?
Yeah.
Can I put just a final comment, because I think you were concluding, right?
Yes, yeah. We are concluding, but I think
yeah, that I wanted to say that there is a kind of movement in the UK of trying to train, this connect to my point of training, society more in the machine learning, but there is generally, I don't know if you hear, the government really supporting the development of talents in artificial intelligence and machine learning, with a lot of training course, PhD, and a master's that I think are completely absent in Italy. And in Italy, I like to say we have great talent, very good education system. Many of us go and live after university, and that's a pity. It would be nice to see the same kind of movement of starting degrees in machine learning or more PhD. So this is something that I've been thinking a lot, and maybe some people have some thoughts about this. I didn't. This was just put in the there for discussion.
Is moving toward this direction. There is now this association of big data where they try to implement this type of idea, or no?
I see a lot of, yes, attempt. I don't see training courses like masters or PhD, or is that thing? Okay, that's good to know. That's we need. That's good to know. Thanks.
I think we are late. We have to wrap it up and pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you, Silvia, for.
Okay, well, thank you very much to our speaker for the last panel. And now we can move on to the final session of our conference, when we'll try to wrap it all up together, try to connect the dots of what has been discussed today, and try to think about concrete actions that can be done to foster a better dialogue between science, policy, and the public in Italy. And as part of this wider reflection, I would like to introduce an initiative that I have launched alongside with some colleagues and friends in Italy, and with the great support of the Association of Italian Scientists in the UK, which is the Scienza in Parlamento campaign that you can see up there on the website. Scienza in Parlamento is an initiative that came very much from the bottom up. This was inspired by what's happening in many countries around Europe, around the world, including this country, which is the fact that many parliaments realize that in order to deal with modern policy challenges, they need to have access to accurate scientific information they can use in their policymaking work. And many parliaments around Europe have offices or institutions or mechanisms that provide this scientific information, this scientific advice to the parliament. For example, in the UK Parliament, we have the POST, the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology. For those of you who don't know, was mentioned early this morning by Carl Mundell. The POST has been around for over 30 years now, and basically produces briefings, short summary notes that summarize the state of the art of various topics of science and technology which are relevant to policymakers. And the Parliamentary Office for Science is an independent office within the Parliament, but it's staffed by experts who have a scientific training, but also a good understanding of how to communicate science to policymakers. And even more importantly, it welcomes every year a huge number of PhD students from all disciplines who spend a period of 3 months during their PhD seconded to the UK Parliament, preparing those briefings, getting trained in scientific communication for policy, and preparing briefings for members of Parliament. Those briefings are called post notes, and they're considered to be a very reliable summary of the available knowledge. They are not making political recommendations, they are mostly informative, and they are publicly available. The UK Parliament also has committees that deal with issues of science and technology, committees made up of politicians. Other parliaments around the world have other structures. For example, the European Parliament has a committee called the Committee for the Future of Science and Technology, formerly known as STOA, Science Technology Option Assessment Panel. This is a basically inter-committee panel where each of the committees, say on agriculture, environment, industry affairs, they nominate people to sit on this joint panel that looks at issues, emerging issues in science and technology. Looking forward mostly, so those are, a lot of what they do is like a foresight, looking at emerging technologies, their impact on society, and basically they scope out what these impacts might be and what the work of the European Parliament can be in order to sort of like deliberate and make policies around those issues. And they're supported by a professional staff that produces this analysis. And the same goes for many other parliaments around Europe. They each have, well, most of them have some sort of structure. Fortunately, the Italian Parliament doesn't. I mean, today we heard from Elena Fattori from the Italian Senate, but we also have with us today other 2 members of the Italian Parliament. We have Massimo Ungaro and Angela Schirò, who are representing the constituency of Italians abroad. As you probably know, Italians living abroad can elect members of parliament from a specific constituency. As they know from their experience in parliament, the Italian parliament does not have any internal structure to provide scientific advice. There is some research services which produce mostly economical and legal analysis. There is a system of parliamentary inquiries, audizioni parlamentari, in which individual experts get called in, but this is a very ad hoc system. So the proposal of Scienza in Parlamento is that of structuring this dialogue between science and politics generally, but specifically between science and the parliament. Why the parliament? Well, because the parliament is the expression of the nation, the expression of the citizens. The members of the parliament have been elected to represent the citizens, and as the forum where decisions are drafted, debated, and eventually taken, it's a key, in a way, bottleneck or pressure point where better evidence could definitely have an impact. So our proposal was inspired by a similar campaign in Spain that was launched a couple of years ago from the bottom up, from the scientific community, called Ciencia en el Parlamento, so we copied the name. It's a fairly straightforward name, right? And this campaign came from the bottom up, had a huge resonance in the Spanish community, was picked up by the Spanish Congress. Eventually, the Spanish Congress organized a conference, an event in the parliament, bringing young scientists, not just the top big expert professor, blah, 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 but actually the people who have been trained, they have a rigorous training, but they also still, like, in a way, like learning, and, you know, they're still flexible to learn different ways of communicating, for example. This event was very successful. The Spanish Congress allocated a small pot of money to launch a pilot project, and now that project is growing. Similar initiatives have been done in Mexico, in Chile, in the US. There used to be an office like this, then was shut down for budget reason. Now it's sort of like coming back again. So we were like, let's do something like that in Italy. So that's how Scienza in Parlamento was born. Scienza in Parlamento was born pretty much like a year ago in our minds, and we launched publicly in the spring. We launched with a signature collection, with an online petition, which you can sign. So you can go on the website, scienzainparlamento.org. It's a very easy website. There's a petition. We collected signatures of scientists, of citizens that were interested in this, signatures of politicians that thought this was a good idea. But we also worked to build support among different parts of society. And this is very important. One thing is that Scienza in Parlamento is not about doing something for the science. It's about doing something for society. It's about doing something for the politics. The idea is scientists put themselves at the service, in a way, of the policymakers because of what they can do, because of what we can do as scientists. We have knowledge, we have competencies, we know how to do our job, and we think that our job is important, it's useful, which doesn't mean necessarily going knocking on someone's door asking for more money. I'm not saying that that's not important in Italy, especially given the situation, but that's not what we're aiming for. This is not sort of like lobbying for science sake. This is about promoting better government, better policymaking through the use of science and through the expertise of scientists, while acknowledging the limits of science, while acknowledging that science does not take decisions. Science can inform decisions, but the decisions remain political, and quite rightly, those are decisions based on values, which doesn't mean that you can just say whatever you want. It means that you have to take into account the best available evidence, but the decision is not driven by science. Science cannot tell you what things should be. It can tell you what things are out there in the world. You know, it's the naturalistic fallacy if we think in philosophical terms. So that's my philosophical training that comes here. But so this is our proposal. And our proposal specifically aims for the creation of a scientific advice office in the Italian Parliament. What exact shape that office should take, it's open to discussion, but we think it's very important. And we're not alone in thinking this. We had good support. We found support among others, some of the supporters of the initiative. Some of the largest Italian medical charities and foundations have been very much on board with this. Some very prominent research institutes, the Fondazione Umberto Veronesi, for example, the Fondazione Luca Coscioni, of which we heard today from Marco Cappato, and individual members of the Italian Parliament have supported the initiative. Now, this is still a young project. We don't expect things to change overnight. It's a long game, but we want to, in a way, reframe this discussion and make concrete proposals. So I would encourage all of you to look the short manifesto that we have on our website, sign up to support the initiative, but also I see this and this conference today and all these initiatives as part of a wider dialogue about the role of science in Italian society and policy. I think we all agree that things can be improved in Italy. And I think we all agree that bringing in more experiences from other countries is important. And we, as Italian scientists living abroad, working abroad, making experiences abroad, we have something to contribute. We are not just a loss for the country. You know, there is this narrative of the brain drain, but we can flip it around. We can see it as, I mean, we're a diaspora. As there is economic diaspora, there is a scientific diaspora. Italy has a huge scientific diaspora. Of course, this is symptomatic of some problems in Italy, but also it can be a huge resource. we have a wealth of expertise. We've made a range of experiences, and we can, in a way, give back. And occasions like this today, like these conferences, are ways of demonstrating, by doing, that the community of Italian scientists abroad has not turned their back to Italy, but actually we not only have something to offer, but we want to offer, which doesn't mean that we know better than people who are in Italy. We know different because we've done different experience. And we think it's important that we contribute to dialogue. And initiatives like Scienza in Parlamento, in my view, are very much in this line. What this is we have seen institutional models in other countries that we think work well, and we will try to suggest something like that in Italy, which doesn't mean making a carbon copy of a structure that exists in the UK, because it will not work in institutional architecture in Italy. It just means that we can have a dialogue about this, and we can make concrete proposals. No one will tell you we don't need a better dialogue between science and society, but what does it mean? How does it actually, concretize? And that's what we're trying to do with Scienza in Parlamento, with this conference today. And that's what I would like to do now in the next panel, where I would like to invite all the speakers that have participated today. Unfortunately, a few had to leave earlier to catch their plane. But if I could invite all the speakers maybe to come to the front row. I don't think we have enough space at the actual table, but we can maybe come here to the front row and have a bit of a dialogue all together, first among the speakers, and then including the public, the audience here, on how can we bring this all together and make concrete proposal. Maybe I will start by giving the floor briefly to the two members of parliament that we had the pleasure of hosting today, who represent the community of Italians abroad, who have been listening, and I will be very much interested in hearing their thoughts about what has been said and about what we can do to foster a better dialogue between science and policy in Italy. So Massimo, Angela, maybe you can briefly come here and say a few words, and then we can open up dialogue with other speakers. Thank you.
Good evening to everybody. I think I never was the best student in the subject English at school, and this is I think probably the first time that I speak in public in English, so please forgive me. And I think I will read too much, but it's only the attempt not to make such a brutta figura, how the Italians used to say. I think that sincerely everything was said, but we will repeat it just to make it more concrete. I am in the parliament now for more than 1 year, and before I was a teacher. I grew up in Germany as a child of Italian immigrants, and so I was a teacher for my life, and then everything changed, and now I'm in the Italian parliament. And surely I'm happy to be here because this let's say this new profession gives me the possibility to see and to meet so many interesting communities of young and not so young Italians all over Europe, and this is one of these chances for me to know different communities, and that's why I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I'm really, really honored not only to be here with you, but to be here with you also in this room. And I would like to congratulate the Cambridge University Italian Society, the Association of Italian Scientists in the UK, and all of the speakers that spoke today, and I found that their contributions were really actual and interesting. I think that just being here and meeting all together is launching a challenge to the Italian politics. That means that we want to involve, even with that project, to talk more about science and culture in the politics. I think that politics must find the most appropriate tools to ensure that science can have an immediate impact on public life, not something that it's outside, but that it's all linked together. And as I said before, I have the privilege of visiting communities of Italian scientists and researchers all over Europe, and I think that those young people, that for me their stories and their personality are a source of inspiration and pride. But I also think that it's important not to see just the greatness or the interesting, let's say, side of these stories, but also to think about, okay, what should we do as politicians with that reality that we see. That means that lots of young Italians outside abroad. As you already said, and I really believe in that, like you said, and I think Italy didn't recognize it till now, is how can we, now in a really egoistic way, what can we as Italy do, as state do, to use the big net all over the world of young people that for the benefit of Italy? Because sometimes I think it's like in Italy, a lot of people, they like to talk about the brains on the run and see the tragedy behind it only. But then when the Italians are off, no, they already left Italy, I think that often Italy forgets about these people who go away. Just the whole tragedy is going away, and then I say, then what? First, I know that in these times we are talking a lot about what can we do to make them return, and this is, I think, a question that hasn't, how to say, it's not really respectful, I think, because not everybody wants to go back, but we want to be recognized for that what we do. If then there are the conditions to go back, and I want to go back, I can go back. But there has to be the conditions, and the condition has to be that good or that interesting that they could attract everybody to go to Italy to do researches and to work there, not only the one who went away. But we are really far from that. But I think that the start is, like you said, to start also from the best practice. Everybody who lived abroad, like my colleague, like me, that I was born and raised up in another country, we see that in other countries there are other ways to work, and we see that there are other considerations of some fields. So I think we here, as you said, and with this initiative, it's really a way to contribute to make the conditions better in Italy. And we know that Italy has a good system and creates a lot of brilliant minds. And then now, I don't know if you read it, they presented again the Migrantes report, where everybody told about we're now like 6 million, I think, Italians abroad. And everybody in the newspaper was talking about us, but then what? So this is concrete, to be concrete, as you said here. And I think this is like this conference today is like a first step for me personally to get in touch and to become concrete, knowing the people and hearing what's important. Because as you said before, I am, for example, I am member of the Social Affairs Committee. And if we want to work on stuff about technology, science, everything that has to do with health, we only have our tool is only to find people for the special hearings who will tell us more later their point of view. And the hearings are really short. It's for me, myself, in my opinions, I have always the impressions that we stay on the superficial and don't have the time to go and understand better. So everything we do is like an initiative that has to have every deputy or senator by himself or herself, and we don't have an office who offers us independent information. And so it becomes hard to talk about, for example, really complex themes, because surely we hear the ones that say, oh, we are against, the other ones that say we are in the line with that. But for us it's really difficult then to take a not to take a part, but to know exactly what to do, because the time is not enough. So I think it's really important to have an organ like that to work together. And so I'm really happy to be here, and I will talk about that among my colleagues in Italy, in my committee, so that we can start working concretely together. And I think I'm really happy that we will contribute to take Italy to the modern life, because everything is going to be faster, and we see that we have the techniques, but sometimes we don't have the regulations if it's necessary. So everything is fast, and we have to be fast too, to work together and find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Massimo, if you say a few words, please.
Yes, absolutely. I will try to show Senator Fattori that politicians are able to speak just a few minutes, not to talk too much. And I will try to follow the example of my colleague, Onorevole Schiro, without trying to repeat what she said, because I completely agree with you. But I think we came here today to listen to you, but also I think it's fair we try to tell you what's going on in the Italian Parliament, as we are your representatives with the Senator Fattori and the two of us here. Today first of all, I thank you for the invitation, SPP and ASUK. Congratulations for what you are doing. I know it's the first event. I hope there are going to be many more like that, and really congratulations to the Cambridge Italian community for organizing this wonderful event. Today you're launching as a challenge to politics. It's very clear in very different dimensions from what Marco Cappato said a few moments ago about the right of science, the right of research, to what you were saying, Alessandro, about policymakers taking uninformed decisions sometimes. And that's why we welcome these initiatives, because never like before in our country, I feel there's been such a huge gap between the scientific method and politics. We saw it with a huge debate about compulsory vaccination in our country, which has led to the biggest epidemic of measles in the developed world, 1,300 cases only the first 6 months of 2019 in Italy, leading to a few deaths. We saw it, and this is the Senator Fattori has already mentioned it, in the cellular staminali debate, vivisection. We keep on seeing it. So there is a huge gap between perception, the public opinion, and the scientific method. So it's extremely important to own initiatives which try to bridge this gap. This is extremely important, and there is no easy solution. I mean, of course, I fully support this initiative. Alessandro, you know, we met in Rome and in the lower chamber on this. It's an excellent idea. Moreover, maybe an office of a chief scientific advisors would be also welcome in our country, as this country has it. Maybe it would be very useful for our country. We need more scientists in politics. That's for sure. Actually, the variety and pluralism, diversity, it's a richness. It's an advantage for the whole democracy. But there is no easy shortcut. What we need, of course, is education, information, so that politicians can take informed decisions. And this is, of course, sometimes the politics of disinformation, it's actually part of an agenda. And for me, I see it as the current threat that populism is bringing to our country. You know, all of Europe, not only our country, but we are coming a resurgence of populist movements, which goes, into an anti-scientific attitude, which we see in many different instances. Then, of course, so it's not only an issue of information. There's also an issue of ethics. I would like to inform you, Professor Chiappa, about there's an interparliamentary group for artificial intelligence now in Parliament. Of course, we have to be careful as politicians not to over-regulate. It's very important for policymakers, especially in Italy. We have a lot of laws. We have there's a very big anxiousness to legislate, and maybe this could be a problem for innovation, And so maybe it's better to be aware of processes and to have more scientific information, but not always to create new norms or new laws. So, for example, on high review, I would be, as a policymaker for my country, I would be extremely scared that some discrimination bias are hidden in the code, And of course, how can I know that these discrimination bias are not used when that software is being used? So, a lot of points. I don't want to be too long, but one final point which is very important It's about, of course, we are a country which doesn't invest enough in research, not even 8% of GDP between education and research, the lowest in Europe after Hungary. This is absolutely unacceptable. And the last point I would like to inform you that the new government is trying to create a new national agency to coordinate the financing of research. In Italy, we have a fractured system of research financing, and so that's an initiative that the government is trying to adopt. I will stop here in case there are questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Just to wrap up some of the points that I think have been made today, I think one point has been made very clearly, among other, in the opening keynote speech, and I think it's being brought back now, is that, of course, the financing of research is a very important issue. And we all know that, like, Italy probably should be investing more in research. It's not that this country invests a lot in absolute terms compared to other European countries, but at the same time, the scientific community needs to demonstrate its value to society, needs to demonstrate, which doesn't mean the economic value only. Economic value is important, but in a way, showing how the scientific community can support good policies for society, I think it's fundamental in order to make a strong case for public support for science. It's fundamental to forge a new social contract between science and society. There is a whole field of study that looks at how that relationship between science and the state has developed over the years. And while that had gone, in a way, unquestioned for many years during the Cold War, things have changed since. And quite rightly, people started questioning whether, as we said earlier, like whether scientists should be left to decide what to do research on entirely on their own, whether there is limit on certain sort of research that should be done or not, as was discussed, among others, by Marco Cappato earlier. And these discussions need to be had, which doesn't mean that scientific freedom needs to be curtailed, but at the same time, it means that science has to open up. And I feel that processes to bring more science into the policymaking world are very fundamental in order to foster a stronger public contract or social contract between science and society, which hopefully will also bring more resources for the scientific community. So I think the two things are very much two sides of the same coin. And in a way, picking up on what Senator Fattori said earlier, if, as it looks like, the disinformation movements have professionalized themselves in terms of having very sophisticated communication strategies, plenty of money behind them, and clear interest behind them, well, then maybe we should think about professionalizing the science policy interface. It's great that scientists take it up on their own hands and do festivals, they do outreach, they do these activities. At the same time, this needs to be professionalized, which is not just scientists should learn to communicate better. It's about creating, among other things, an ecosystem, a sort of like a hinge, a transmission mechanism between these worlds that clearly operate with different logics, different priorities, different timescales for very obvious reasons, but at the same time, they operate in the same world. I mean, scientists and politicians live in the same world, and we need to create mechanisms of transmission between these two worlds. And our view is that mechanisms such as the one we propose, but not only that, mechanisms such as chief scientific advisors and advisor ecosystems are very important. And for those, you need people who have a scientific training and mindset, but at the same time have a training in communicating science to policymakers and in understanding the science policy interface. And in the UK, these sort of professional figures of knowledge brokers have developed over the years, taking many forms. One of those is, as I said, the Parliamentary Office for Science, where PhD students get to spend some time and learn the ropes of science policy, but there's many other ways. So I think that in Italy what we need to foster is a rich ecosystem, which does not mean one institution or one mechanism, but rather a rich ecosystem of which the parliament, the government, and other institutions need to take part. And with these, I think I would like to now open up the discussion, maybe first to the other speaker, if they have some thoughts about, like overarching thoughts about these, and then we can open up the discussion further to the whole audience.
can start with like asking a sort of clarification, because I do think that the things that are at least put it on the table are like two, and they are like different. One is the issues that they were underlying that I do think it's not the good way of saying, you have like a brain escape from Italy. I'm usually saying that nobody was running after me when I decided to go out. And I do think this is a good, because if you go out and you go abroad, you start to see other type of way of doing research, and you know something different. So it's not something that you don't have like enough chance in Italy and you go abroad because you don't have chance. It's also because you are curious. At least that was my experience. I had some chance in Italy, but I decided to go to the United States, and I went there for like 6 months, and then I stayed there for 10 years. So it was my decision. Then it was not suddenly that someone came to me saying, "Oh, you are from there since like 10 years. Why you came back and do something?" It was not like that, but I had like several exchange, and the main problem is that something that was underlying is that it's not like how we can bring back the people, how we are ready to open to everybody to come to Italy. As we go in the United States, we go in the UK, and we go in other places. It's not the same way in Italy, and the thing that we need to really work with, the politician, is finding a good way to attract mind in Italy. That's the main issue. It's not like bringing back mind, but attract people. And you don't have like administrative issues. I'm always facing, I'm always inviting, full professor from abroad, or also young scientists to come to Italy. And if they are sort of like crazy to want to come to Italy because it's a good place to live, it's not enough like money for the salary, but it's, they make the choice and they applied, they cannot be selected. This is because maybe I'm doing, morphodynamics and Earth observation, and one of the best morphodynamic person I have ever met, he got a degree in psychology. And he was applying a psychology model to morphodynamic, and it was a great success. And he did apply, but the administration and the Ministry of Research and Education said like he has not the right degree. So there's no way to attract clever and good people in Italy, because it's, there's too many laws. So the things is like, so let's work in simplify the law, because a good philosopher can be a good modelist. And I cannot hire this type of people in my research group. That's because, it's, we have like the class of degree. And this is a major issue. Then the other part is that, you were saying, what can you do in research in parliament and so on? How we in Italy are not like learning from the past. We are talking about stamina, but I was already enough, I was not so young, but we have the Di Bella method. And after Di Bella method, after like 15 years, there was stamina methods. So we have a lot of example. I think there's a good book that is Science in Trial that make a lot of example about that. And still, we have some ways of doing that. It's not only a problem in the parliament, it's a problem in the university. So I'm always saying that we are the third mission in university in Italy that is, dealing with like a communication policy. Why we call it third mission? It has to be one of the first mission of, university, of scientists. So why the Ministry of Research is not really funding? So we are talking about like there's not enough funding for research at university. But why we just ask funding for doing research and not also doing these third mission issues? That is not a third mission, it has to be the first mission.
Thank you very much. I think, Massimo, you want to respond to this, or?
I had something to say, but...
Please, if it's directly related
to
this.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you for a question, very interesting. I will just, I hate the the narrative of Fuga dei Cervelli, because for two reasons. Number one, because it's not only brains, there's also a lot of hearts and legs who are flowing around. But most importantly, because to become a brain, usually you need to be able to move, okay? So, but let me defend, if I may, the Italian political system, which is undefendable, but let me defend it on this. There are now 3 laws which give fiscal incentives if Italian researchers abroad want to come back. 3 big laws. I will not go into the details now, but the third is coming in January. It's very, very powerful. Now, you're asking me, but we don't need, if a good surgeon is Italian or Indian, what matters is that he's a good surgeon. And I completely agree. The problem, and Italy would be a good country and a healthy, in a normal status, when we will be able to attract, scientists from India, from Mexico, and from Argentina. At the moment, we cannot, for a series of structural reasons, which I will not go in depth now, and I agree they exist. But maybe in the short term, for us as policymakers, given the state of our finances, it's easier to ask our foreign diasporas, if they think they can do a research project in Italy, to help them to come back. And that's why the Italian politics has introduced these very powerful fiscal incentives, which are not very promoted and are not very famous, but I invite the whole public to look at them. But I completely agree with you that the Fuga dei Cervelli narrative, it's extremely problematic in itself, if I may, but I wanted to specify why we did it.
Thank you. So, sure, yeah, I will just say, maybe let's try to focus the conversation on what we can do to bring scientific knowledge into the policy-making process in Italy, and less so about the funding issue and the sort of structural issues with recruitment and mobility, just because it's slightly different focus of the conference of today. But if you have a comment straight in response, please.
Yeah, just very, very brief, to say one of the incentives that perhaps is missing in my field of machine learning and AI is really the intellectual one, because going back to Italy will mean to be in a very isolated place. There are a few very good centers, but it's not enough to convince even Italians to go back. So that's the point. I also went abroad for curiosity and stuff, and I would really like to go back in many ways, but intellectually, in terms of work, it would mean to be a bit isolated. So I think this is one, in addition to other incentives, one that we really need to think. And there are centers like the Italian Institute of Technology, which are excellent. More of this type of centers would be really, really helpful, I think.
I think I can summarize the position of ISUC has always been that mobility in itself is a good thing. Scientific mobility is a good thing. It's not a problem. The problem is when mobility, it's only in one way, and that ideally our country should be a country that attracts good researchers, as we said, regardless of where they're from. And of course, it would be easier to attract someone from Germany than from India for visa issues. But unfortunately, at the moment, the reality is that mobility, it's only in one direction. So our hope is that Italy can become a country that attracts researchers that have studied everywhere and are from everywhere, within the limits, of course, of the structure. But maybe we can open up if any of the speakers from earlier on wants to say something, or then we can open. There was some questions at the back and some here at the front. So there was a raised hand there at the back. No? Come on. And then, oh.
So,
I think that if you need to bring together science and policy in Italy, you need a cultural shift. Because countries like UK and USA have always been directed toward research. Italy is a little bit older, but is not that much pushy toward research. Let's say my grandma, I'm a researcher, and she asked me, when are you getting a real job? So I think that my grandma summarizes pretty much the Italian discourse about research. So what I can suggest we should do, instead of over-regulating again, we should think about a cultural shift so we can train younger generations to be more involved into science and policy together. Because right now we have this kind of attitude. You either become a scientist because you're good at math, or you become a humanist because you're good in Italian or literature, history. Why can't we bring together this point of view and telling people, oh, okay, you can be a scientist and a social media manager together? I think really we need a cultural shift, and we should start this in schools, in primary schools, because society evolves. But if we are trying to over-regulate or to bring together old scientists and old politicians, this can't work. Because it's basically, I am your mom and I'm looking at you too, and you two should talk, but as long as I turn my back to you, you just start being a snob scientist or a snob politician. You have to work on children. And I think this is the most important part, to train young generation, to train teachers to be able to train young generation, and not to be like in their own factions, like, okay, no, I'm a science teacher, I'm an Italian teacher, I'm a history teacher. We bring together things.
I mean, in a way, one could think of the Italian educational system in that regard actually being better than the British educational system, where basically at age 12 or 13, you have to choose whether you will do sciences and never see literature again, or vice versa, while our system of the licei, at least to a certain extent, at least, well, the curriculum does force you to at least study a little bit of this. I see heads shaking, but I mean, that's the model. Here in Britain, they do look up at the continental European model of a more comprehensive education, which doesn't mean that maybe it's doing the job, but at least it's not compartmentalizing too early. In terms of I think one key thing is creating the professional spaces for people who have don't fit a straight category. In a way that links to the point that was made earlier, and the point we discussed earlier with some of the people here about in Italy, you're very much defined by the degree you took. That's going to define the jobs you take. I mean, I studied philosophy, and my family was like, well, so you're going to choose between teaching in a high school and being unemployed, because those are the two only options you can do with philosophy. And I cannot take a job in the public sector in Italy, because most jobs in the public sector in Italy require having a degree in law, economics, or public administration. Even if I might have the skills, I'm not saying I do, but I might, and that's precluded for me. So I think that it's very important, as I said, that we professionalize this interface between science, society, science, and policy, and we provide professional spaces for people to develop that. Okay, so we pass the mic here.
Can I talk now or someone else? So I wanted to have Elena back into this discussion. Massimo and Angela seem to support science in parliament, and we have seen other people of the Democratic Party to support. Honestly speaking, do you think this type of initiative may have some support also in other political parties like the Five Star Movement, or no way?
No idea. I can ask them, but I think it's easier to have support from other groups, but I can fight to help you in this direction, and maybe we can do moral suasion together. Maybe we should, we have a member of the group in the Senate, which is even a sottosegretario, so maybe he can help us with the government, and maybe we should talk about it when you are back to Rome, if you agree. But as I told you, science is not easy to propose in the parliament, and we need to communicate well what we are talking about, so that scientists do not decide the politics, because politicians also are scared that scientists want to decide. So we can propose it as a consultant group that help in decision, not somebody who decide whether vaccines are mandatory or not, which was the big deal, because sometimes politicians want to talk about science, and sometimes scientists want to decide in the place of politicians. So maybe we should propose it very well, and maybe it can be accepted even by populist groups. Yeah, we can try.
Thank you. I mean, this is very much a point we stressed a lot in our wording of the Scienza in Parlamento campaign. It's not about scientists taking the place of the decision makers. It's about scientists supporting decision makers. And I think it's very important that we build support across the political spectrum, across the two chambers, ideally, and involving, as you said, colleagues from a very, very broad range. I think, yeah, you want to say something, yes?
No, I just wanted to add how important that is, because now in this moment, I think, maybe I'm wrong, that it depends a lot about who's now the majority or who's in the government, because if we are in a committee, we decide who we want to hear. So we decide what we want to have as a result in the end when we choose to hear certain experts or researchers, and surely the opposition can also contribute and make some suggestions of who is good to hear, but in the end it's gonna be like, okay, we want to go more or less in that direction, so we hear people who are more or less in that direction. I exaggerate now a little bit, but to say just how important it is to have something that is independent, that gives us really information with accurate information. And I think more in this, we said it many times, but I wanted to say it again, now in this time of our lives, in this period where everybody thinks that information is everywhere and that we are all informed and we just have to do 2 clicks just to find out if I have to vaccinate my child or not. So this, I think, it's really important, and as a teacher, I wanted to say that what the researcher with a real job said before, I think it's really important to start from there, because if we want to create a culture who understands that the different sectors are not standing by itself, but are all linked together, I think then we can really start to have educated citizens who can understand, or who can understand what is the scientific method and what is only propaganda, or what is only fake news. And I think we have really start from school, and I'm completely in with it. Like not like a subject, but like I think like a multi task that we have in all the subjects, that has to be all over the teacher of different subjects. So really important.
Was it answered directly to this? Elena, you wanted to say something directly to this?
Yes, I wanted to add the suggestion, because in the Senate we had senatori a vita. Maybe I don't know if you have already done it, but maybe you can involve Carlo Rubbia, which is a Nobel Prize, so it should be Elena Cattaneo, so I can talk to her. Maybe we can start 2 people in doing moral suasion, and just to know, maybe it's useful to know who you have already involved, so we can do a group maybe, or start talking about it.
Okay, so I'll make a concrete proposal, which is we should build a group of friends of this idea of Scienza in Parlamento. I know there is the Patto Trasversale per la Scienza, of which you are one of the promoters. I think we should work together because there is absolute convergence of aims. We should keep this discussion going, and maybe if I can launch there a challenge, the next edition of Science Policy in the Public for 2020, we should hold in Rome, in the Parliament, bringing in young researchers who are very well established in their research field, but also have an understanding of the science policy interface, and continue those discussions as we did today, not only in general about science and policy, but about specific issues with specific committees in the Parliament, with the priorities of the decision makers, and bring them together. So that's my offer to you, and I hope that this can be something we can build together. Great, so I really look forward to continuing this discussion. So we had a couple more comments from the audience, with one here and then one there, so. No.
Yes, I'm dealing about 2-3 years with Italy, and I want to ask you, I think this is especially for the Parliament point of view. You know, for example, Dubai Dubai, they have the prime minister, this an artificial intelligence people. You know what he did? He transformed Dubai. In a way, they start to move from coal to tourism now. They are sending people in UK, at least, I think there are 100 every year, about 3 or 4 years ago. My question is, I try to develop between UK, in such case with the University of Mediterranean, Calabria, what we want to do is develop some kind of best practice using data, having data as a core for educational and even for, let's say, developing the local economy. The main issue in Italy, there is no economic growth. There is no economic growth because there is no innovation. There is all the policy of European Union. They have a lot of money, for instance, in the southern part of Italy. European Union is spending a lot of money, has spent a lot of money, but never was thinking about how to develop innovation. So the idea of developing a strategy, we call it here smart strategy specialization, that I don't know how many from Europe, everybody should implement it, driven by data, where you can identify an innovative ecosystem, and there are innovative, and therefore startups, and therefore innovation, and building a new way of thinking economically, c'è una completely different digital transformation. Well, I have so obstacle about from the region, from university itself, from the different universities in Calabria and in Sicily, because everybody are thinking just their own research. I'm sorry, but I have to comment to you that research is not, let's say, finalized on research on paper. This should be producing some kind of innovation at the territorial level and bring this completely different approach. And most of universities, they think about paper, how you can write paper for their career. And this is not the issue. So the idea is of bringing together, that's what Europe wants, bringing together private sector, university, and let's say private and university in order they can identify some common strategy where everybody can have success. And that's what I'm trying to looking for. And that's, I want to mention to you, I don't know if next period of programmation of Horizonte 2020, there are 9 billion euro in developing digital innovation through all Europe. Why don't take this chance? Why I mean, we can try to work for some kind of direction, create a group on this context. Thank you.
Thank you. Katia, you wanted to say something?
While we were organizing the meeting, we approached, of course, policymakers and scientists, despite their political party, basically. And from the public health, we have the opportunity, thanks to the Onorevole Siclari, to have an appointment for the Healthcare Commission to discuss the science in Parliament, the Scienza in Parlamento activity. So I just want to communicate this, that this could be one of the next steps of our meeting.
And I should add that, of course, we've been reaching out across the whole political spectrum when both organizing this and seeking support for the Scienza in Parlamento initiative. Of course, people's availability is what it is, so it's impossible to get, especially here in the UK, full representation of all political parties, but we definitely strive to reach out across the political spectrum. Okay, so to bring it back to sort of like the next step and this proposal of creating sort of like an alliance around these and hopefully creating like a meeting point around those topics in Rome, in the Parliament in the next year. I think there is a clear sort of like consensus and commitment. We know this is not going to be easy. This is not going to change everything from one day to another, but you know, we have to strive for something. Massimo, you wanted to comment directly on this? Or? Okay, so yeah, sure. Let's see if there is others that maybe who have not intervened yet or would like to add something. Yeah, there's at the back, please.
Thank you. I was just add a suggestion. As a designer, I'm not a scientist, so I think you should focus more on communication, because communicate between scientists and politicians is really useful. You should think more about how you communicate what you find, what your research, as well as politicians do, because communication can bring together people and public, is the bridge that brings scientists to public. Right now is in Italy, the communication on science is quite good for children, for example, but for your idea of, for your, we can say, for Scienza in Parlamento, you should communicate better. You should really strong on communicate what you are doing to people, really, in a simple way. So you could build an idea in the public of what you are doing and be stronger. That's just a suggestion of a designer.
Thank you. Here.
Thank you. So I would like to put into the discussion what Professor Mundell said as our first keynote speaker today. So to the idea of having scientists as civil servants. So I've heard about like culture and like consultants, but I think that what is really like lacking is the idea that a scientist should be part of the civil service. And it's not having a McKinsey of science, but it's having a part of the public administration which is focusing on giving information and providing scientifically accurate information for the policymakers to be done. And yeah, I think I was actually personally very surprised when I learned that almost none of the system that is in place here in the UK has an equivalent or something similar in the Italian Parliament. So yeah, that's.
I mean, I think like more generally we can think about like we should rethink what a scientific training prepares you for, in the sense that there is still an idea that a scientific training prepares you to do research in a lab, an academic lab, maybe an industrial lab, but sometimes that's seen already as like, you know, betraying pure science. And I think we should rethink like what scientific training is for. And scientific training can prepare you for public life, can be running for office, can be taking political elected office, but can also be working professionally in the government, in the civil service, in various institutions, in an intermediary role, in a knowledge brokering role. I think more broadly we need to rethink all the potential roles that people trained in the sciences can do in society. And of course, as we said, we need to create the professional incentives. If those roles are barred, you know, if you, as a scientist, you're barred from taking those roles, then it's going to be really difficult. I mean, it's not that in Italy there is no scientists that work for the public administration. I mean, as we discussed, there's many expert agencies, which are government agencies, which are staffed full of scientists, and they provide advice and expertise to the government, and the fact that the system does not map one-on-one on the UK system of chief scientists does not mean that the Italian government does lack completely scientific advice, but there is clearly scope for like probably more strategic coordination of that and for rethinking probably in general the role of scientists in public life more broadly. There was a hand raised there at the back, yes, and then probably after this we should get into the mic.
I guess maybe this is a bit of an obvious question, but just kind of out of curiosity, how you organized it. I guess, yeah, I mean, who defines sort of these experts in the kind of cabinet that you that Scienza in Parlamento is thinking of kind of bringing? Would these be scientists in Italy or abroad, or how do you define sort of experts of the field? Because we all know that obviously there's different currents and opinions also within science of, you know, so.
So, I mean, our proposal at the moment is mostly to raise awareness about the fact that a mechanism of this kind can have a place in the parliament. We're not being excessively prescriptive about the specifics of how it should work. We recognize that no individual can be an expert of every field of science. Even if you're a biologist, of course, there's so much in biology, you can be an expert of everything. But as Carol said this morning, a lot of the role of a science advisor is being an expert of how science works, rather than about being expert of a specific field of science, because often you're providing advice about other things. So I think what's important, and that's the way the UK Office for Science, Parliamentary Office for Science works, is that the people that staff this, they're hired based on their competencies, which are scientific, but not only scientific. They're not hired because, oh, today we really need an expert on this vaccine and we're going to hire the person who has published the most papers, but rather create a system where these people have the expertise to dialogue with the people who have the subject matter expertise, summarize that, balance that, and of course, in a way, reflect the plurality and uncertainties that exist within the science, because that's very much part of what science is about. Science is not about certainties, it's about provisional knowledge that we hope to refine as we go by doing more research. And I think it's very important that we communicate that uncertainty where it exists. In some cases will be small uncertainty, in some cases will be quite large uncertainties. It's important. At the same time, it's important that we don't give the false balance impression that was discussed earlier. Just because one scientist thinks that climate change is not man-made doesn't mean that we need to present those as equally valid opinions. But we need to reflect when there is no clear consensus in the scientific literature. And that's one of the challenges of providing good science advice. So I think that this is a good moment. There's, oh yeah, please, yep.
So, since we have few politicians here, I would like to take the advantage for this question. And so, we talk a lot about how to bring science into, parliament or into politics in general, and how politics should listen more to scientists. But I have a question. So, everyone think here agree, if you go to the doctor, you really want that the doctor has a doctor degree, and he has some training, so there are some really high barrier entrance. But then you go on politics, and for example, the health ministry has nothing like this. I mean, he is the guy who really can, how to say, shape how health in Italy is actually made. But there is no really, any barrier entrance. And this, I'm not saying this is wrong or not. This is a kind of question to me. Do you really think, for some key roles, I'm saying, economics, health, or these kind of very key roles, very technical roles, should be maybe slightly harder, should be require a higher education or background even. You don't need to be a doctor, maybe you have a very strong background. And what the politicians here think about that? What do you think it could be useful or not? And if it's not, why not?
I think, like, usually the most important thing is the staff that you have that helps you to work. Because you can have, let's stay on the Ministry of Health, you can have a Minister of Health with a degree, but that is maybe not convinced about the vaccines, for example. It exists, so the degree doesn't give you the, doesn't give you the how do you say it, now the word is missing, but it doesn't give you the sense that the minister is going to work well. And we all know that it's a difficult issue, surely, because everyone can be a deputy, a senator, without a degree. Even without a degree, we have in this moment, for example, when I found out that in former times we had a lot more scientists in the Italian parliament when science was not that rapid like now, I was like, oh, I'm a little bit shocked because, yeah, we have a lot who don't have a, let's say, a higher degree or a specialized degree. So I'm really, you're really right when you say about that. But then the other side is, okay, but maybe there are people that are good at something without a degree. No. I know, I wouldn't, that's it, no, that's it. I wouldn't, and you are absolutely right. So I think the most important thing is that you have the right people on your side that give you the right information, the advice, because even the minister, I don't know everything, and a lot of people ask.
I think we should have very short.
Exactly.
No,
so it's important thing that you have specialized professional people around you.
Very short.
Yeah, that's
Elena. We can go over forever. But
no,
we should.
I agree that the government members should be expert. I'm a different opinion because we are a parliamentary republic, so we have the deputies and the senators that represent whatever is in the country, so they don't need a degree, absolutely. They are only representative of the country. But when comes the moment of forming a government, I think our duty should be to choose the best person in that position. That never happens. And I don't know how to do this, but it never happens. I think it's important to have an economist as a minister of economy, somebody not that have a degree, but knows, has work in that field, that this knows what are the, it's my opinion, this not because this government can do a good job, but maybe we can do a better job if we put the right person in the right position. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe I will not please you, but I don't agree. I don't agree with you. I think politics is not about giving solutions, it's about giving choices. Technocrats have to be technocrats, so scientists are welcome in parliament to inform decision makers. And the public, you can defend yourself by choosing politicians. So if you think that that politician is not prepared for office, you can vote someone else. But putting requirements on who can access elected office, I think is slightly anti-democratic. And I think it's a beautiful story that in our country we have some very successful ministers who didn't have a formal education. And I think too many times in our history, technocrats have given us wrong decisions. If I may.
Okay, sorry.
Just a constitutional point, ministers are not elected. So I agree that people who are elected must no conditions, but ministers are chosen by the President of the Republic. So it's a different history, and we should discuss about constitution. Sorry, but this is another issue.
Okay, so it has been a wonderful day. It's also a very long day. And of course, we want to thank all the speakers, policymakers, researchers, the moderators, but the audience, but I think the people who deserve at this point a big thank you are the organizers. And as I said, the organizers are not the associations, because associations are just associations. The organizers are human beings, and these human beings are Jacopo, Gianni, Caterina, Costanza, Edoardo, Alessandro, and Elisa. And thank you for all your work. You're doing very well. Thank you.
Yeah, there's many more people to thank, so I'll take that from you, Antonio. Thank you. Right, I think it's time for me to close this day. I won't be long. After this, we'll be heading to St. John's College bar for drinks. I'm sure a member of the organizing committee will lead you there. Organizing this event has been a long adventure. There have been many times where I thought this would never happen, and now we're even talking about SPP 2020, which is quite amazing. You don't know what's unexpected. Yeah, right. There are so many people and organizations we need to thank. First of all, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Menoni Technology, Integer, and PM Farmaceutici, who have generously supported the event. We need to thank our partners, the Italian Embassy in London and the British Embassy in Rome and the UK Science and Innovation Network. And these are obviously all organizations, so if we go back to human beings, there is definitely Giulio Crisanti that I need to thank for setting up the filming and the live streaming of the event. Francesco Moruso for his fantastic social media activity. Where is he? So here. As well as Niccolò Mingolini, who's the designer who gave a great advice about communication earlier, and who designed all the graphics for the event. And obviously, I'm going to thank them again, but the organizing committee have done an amazing job in making this happen. I'd like for them to come here to the front, if possible. So we can get a picture together, since we haven't done it. And thank you all for coming and for attending this conference. This is the first step towards, hopefully, a closer relationship between researchers and policymakers. Thank you.
And we await you all in Rome then for the next edition of SPP Italy, which will take place in Italy, maybe. Thanks to all of you for being here with us on a Saturday until so late. I think we all now earned a beer or two, so let's go to the pub.
Dimmi. Ah, sì.
Momento foto?
Professoressa, ma lei va via o c'è alla cena? Perché volevo rispondere al suo punto, non volevo parlare dopo. Ce l'ho nella camera posta, aspetta un po'. Ecco qua. Scriviamo.
Gabby, vieni la foto, l'ultima foto. Ma Edoardo che stai facendo? Perché stai dando...
Devo metterli in carica?
Non lo so, io adesso smonto lo
Allora, io non riesco a cancellare ste cacate.